You know what I'm saying? Or no thing and nothing. Although I know that there's like a logically founded reason that people are saying that kind of thing. It's like it requires someone to actually be open-minded. So like I understand some people in here maybe are just not interested. They're like, I'm disinterested in like some stupid little debate where we have to be fake and stuff. And I get that, right? But like
So the whole point to the nothing versus no thing is just to say that nothing is a concept. And there's always got to be something, but that doesn't mean that something has to be a physical, material existence,
right.
i.e., a field. So that was the whole crux of the conversation, and it was no different than what you brought up with the easel and the paint. You know, it's the easel would be analogous to the jar, vice versa with the cookie and the paint. And just to say that there's no paint on the easel doesn't mean the easel doesn't exist, right? Because they're only looking at the footsteps or the tire marks of the car, but they don't see the car for the car, right? Like they're materialist, and there's
and I agree with you. I think that maybe the better approach would be because, like I'm saying, like if you give them anything from step one, dude, they're not going to let you finish. Like I said, it's you don't have to capitulate to dishonest tactics, obviously, but just tactically speaking, to win the conversation, if you will, for the greater good. It's like, well, we need to define the word physical. And then we need to define the word exist. And then we need to delineate the distinction between physical and metaphysical. We need to specifically discuss, what's the connection between metaphysical and physical. And if something is not material, does it not exist? And, like they say physical, it's like energy, spin, momentum, etc. Well, it's like, okay, and energy is not material and it's not always perceivably manifest. But it still exists. So then we have to loop that back to, well, exists isn't limited to material or even like physically perceivable, blah, 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 blah. So unfortunately, it's like this somewhat pedantic groundwork we have to lay. And I guess how I approach things now, because I'm used to doing it against really toxic globers, and it's like, you have to set them up. You have to set them up where they have no way out, where it's like, yeah, just like tactical defining of terms and stuff like that, where they can't straw man you. And I think it's sad that we have to do stuff like this because in the real world, we shouldn't have to. It's like we should just go talk to someone that's open-minded. My neighbor wants to hear it. We're going to sit down, have a beer and talk about it. That's how it should be. But unfortunately, we're in a situation where one of the biggest channels in the world have decided to just, even to the extent of personal defamation, like just go all out and remove this from the topic. And I can't sit. I guess I just can't sit by because you guys understand I'm preaching to the choir. It's materialism, bro. Materialism is the deception. Flat Earth doesn't save you. Flat Earth doesn't save you. It's not the trick either. The trick is materialism, right? That's what the trick is. The deception is materialism. The fact that we have flat earthers basically arguing from a standpoint of materialism and not just arguing from it, but like trying to prevent anyone else from stepping outside of it. That's a pretty serious issue. Pretty serious issue that requires some addressing, I would say. Sorry for talking so much.
It's all good. That was all good, great points.
Well, I kind of think those guys have been doing that for years. I mean, just in different ways. So it's not really even a new thing. But I don't know. I mean, Glowbusters has 4 to 5 times more watchers than their channel does. I don't know why you're calling them the biggest and all that. I mean, I guess he's been around for a while, I guess, but his channel seems to have gotten smaller.
Yeah, one of the biggest. Like, yeah, there's a reason that more people listen to Glowbusters, right? And we're not just like the same show every day. So, so I hear you. I guess what you're saying is basically your argument is just leave them be because like who cares? It's not worth the energy, and I think that's a decent argument. I guess I just feel like somewhat compelled. Maybe it's just I hope it's not ego where I feel like I need to defend myself. I'm trying to actually rise above that. That's why I haven't said anything. Like I haven't like really gone back in there. I haven't like decided to make a video on it yet. I don't know. What Gio, what is your suggestion? What like I know that you are like a good intended person and that you care about me. Like what would you suggest? How would you suggest I go about the current predicament?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. I guess my thought is that like relevancy goes wherever you place it, so if you're placing relevancy to people trying to exterminate the ether, then you're going to be wrapped in that scenario, you know. But if you feel like, obviously, if you want to and want, feel like you want to debate it, then obviously you're free to do so. But I'm just saying that, like, wherever you place relevancy, like, the energy will flow, that in that direction. So
maybe rise above it or something. Like, just ignore it.
Well, I guess I don't really know. I don't know exactly what their position is, so I guess I can't really say. I don't really listen to their show. And then you were on there the other day, and there was an interaction, because I don't think I heard that, but there was an interaction with Nathan Oakley and Ether.
Yeah. Like, I just jumped on there to kill some time because I was driving and I had to go to Best Buy or whatever. So I just wanted to listen because every other server was dead. And I guess it's a coincidence that Dyslow had just mentioned me. I guess he was like, well, Witsit would say the same thing, and you guys seem to like him or respect what he has to say or whatever. It was just a coincidence that I happened to come in that server right after that. It's very funny. And so then Oakley, like, basically dragged me in and asked me, or Dyslow might have said my name, but then Oakley, of course, turned and basically asked me my opinion about the Ether. And so I prefaced it by saying, well, I think flat earthers are wrong when they pretend that it's scientifically verifiable. I don't think it is. It's more of a philosophical, logical framework. But da-da-da-da-da-da. And I explained it. And I basically said that something has to sustain energy, and the antecedent to propagation is a medium. So since we have energy, therefore there must be something sustaining it, because the only alternative would be nothing. And of course, nothing cannot exist. So we only have one viable option, I got berated personally and screamed at, cussed out, called stupid, told that something or nothing was a false dichotomy. I then asked, well, what's the third viable option? And he said, well, there doesn't have to be a third option. They could just both be wrong, which of course means there would be a third option. Blah, blah, blah. Long story short, it just evolved into like this crazy, pedantic, you know how it goes, like science, IV, blah, blah, blah. And it was just like this crazy personal barrage. And then that has turned into, now they're doing a show to exterminate and annihilate the Ether. And once we do it, they're going to basically go around and patrol the flat earth community, and anyone that dares utter the word Ether is going to be like done away with. And I just think it's super toxic. And I think sometimes, unfortunately, like on the playground, you have to pop someone in the mouth. That's what I think. I think that sometimes you have to meet Billy after school, right? Because if you don't meet Billy after school, Billy's going to go pick on everyone else.
Right. But I mean, if you were able to discuss it with them in an open environment, that's different than just being muted and berated, So if you're not able to like even communicate it, and if, then that kind of ends it right there. And I mean, whatever like bullying that they think they're going to do, I mean, I don't know. I think they're just shooting their own relevancy in the foot, to be honest. But
I'll give you a little background fast, not to talk so much. But so like I've basically been the behind the scenes peacekeeper between Flat Earth Debate and Glowbusters, right? So I guess they have all this history I wasn't even aware of, had nothing to do with it, and all this animosity and stupid like childish bullshit. And so I guess there was like a few tipping points where there was about to be like this all out war. So I went and talked to Jared. I went and talked to Bob. Then I went and talked to Nathan Oakley. Then I went and talked to QE. I talked to everyone off the ledge. I'm like, I think it's important that we have at least somewhat of a unified front for newcomers. And I think that we can intellectually disagree without trying to personally ruin people and get on the mud. And I've kept it like calm. And I've kept my blunt critique of, say, FED under wraps for that reason, for like what I would consider the greater good. And I've had to begrudgingly sit back and watch people that I like people I care about, like really be limited intellectually, which is why I spend more time here now, right? Of course. And it's like, it's just really embarrassing, but it's beyond that. It's like, I think it's bad for Flat Earth, and it's actually detrimental, because whenever you have discussions with new people that are smart and informed on some of the stuff, you're going to get destroyed. When you say it's density or buoyancy alone, And they say, well, okay, well, why does something have density? Crickets. You know what I'm saying? And then, like, I think it's bad for flat earth. So long story short, I think that I've decided it's that point in time where I no longer bite my lip, and I don't want it to be personal as much as I'm just going to point out some of the critiques in the dogmatic scripts that's been floating around and been reiterated over and over, and I'm tired of hearing it, and I feel like someone has to do it. And
Well,
so yeah, that's kind of what
Q would say,
I appreciate that.
something to do with mass or something as far as density. But what he's going to do, I believe, tomorrow is he's going to bring up one of the straw man attempts as to some weird postulate of the ether that's been presented long ago that didn't, hold up, like maybe Maxwellian or something. But yeah, that's the problem is there's quite a few different versions of the ether presented throughout history. And
which is
only
why
one
I
of
said
them
the
is
background medium, right? Sorry.
yeah, only
Hey.
exactly.
Hey, Dicelo and Witsit, could you give me a brief description of like the sort of overall like idea of what's happening tomorrow, and then after giving me the overall idea of what's happening tomorrow, give me a sort of rapid fire like main topics that you think will kind of bring up as far as like main points and sensitive topics.
So they're just doing a show. QE's going to give a demonstration or like a presentation on basically an attempt to refute the ether. And so I already know what they're gonna do, right? So for one, they're gonna say that they're gonna use my quotes, but not personally attribute it to me because QE and I, like, we're friends or whatever. So basically, they're gonna say that for one, I was saying I was making a false equivalence. I was committing a false equivalence fallacy by comparing it to the container, because what I was saying was, well, it's similar to how we know there's a container on the earth. When a glober asks you, well, what's the container made of? Where's it at? Can I touch it? Can you go take a piece of it and bring it back to me? How big is it? Blah, blah, blah.
Right.
What's it made of?
Right.
You can't answer any of those questions, but we just know there's a container because of the necessary antecedent to gas pressure. Same thing. I know the necessary antecedent to wave-like propagation is a medium. Therefore, there has to be a medium there to sustain the energy, and I don't have to bottle it up or know what it's made of or know everything about it to acknowledge the antecedent. Of course, they're like, they're going to say it's a false equivalence. And in a way, they have an argument they can run with, which is that you can physically demonstrate that, right? Like you can physically have a container. We cannot physically manipulate the ether per se, right? Like we can't actually take the ether and show it or whatever. So like that's what they're going to say is a false equivalence. They're going to walk back the false dichotomy fallacy. It's so funny because I already know everything that's going to happen. It's crazy. But anyway, they're going to walk back the false dichotomy because that's one of the stupidest rebuttals ever. Right, so QE is going to kind of correct Nathan's argument in that sense where he tried to say something or nothing was a false dichotomy. They're just going to say that like it's not something that has to be addressed effectively, and they're just not going to address that part. They're just going to try to sweep that under the rug. Something else that they're going to do is they're going to try to say, I'm starting off with an inaccurate presupposition that light is a wave, which ironically in the conversation over 5 times I said a wave is not a thing. I'm not saying lights are waves. Because waves aren't things; they're just types of movement. Right. It's just a description of a type of movement. Yeah, and so, but they're still going to do that. They're still going to say that anyway. They're going to say that I was starting off with the false presupposition that light is a wave.
Yeah, which you're not. But yeah, I'll look. I'll keep my eye up for that. Yeah, I'll keep my eye up for that tomorrow.
Yeah, and then there's a few other things they'll probably say. Yeah, it's whatever. It's like there is there really is no rebuttal to the stuff that I'm saying though. Like energy has to be sustained, so it has to be sustained within something. The only alternative is nothing. Nothing cannot exist, which means we're left with one viable option. That it's something. Call it what you want to. Don't call it anything. Don't continue to talk about it. That's cool, but still, it's just a logical antecedent, logical axiom. Something must sustain the energy. There is no rebuttal for that. And I've yet to be able to come up with one. At least I'll say that.
Yeah, I see your point about light. I'm sorry. I see your point about energy being sustained by another substance, right? Something is sustained through a substance. And when we're talking about energy itself, yeah, well, are they claiming, like I feel like this is their position, that light is energy in and of itself, which is ridiculous to claim, right? To ever claim that there's something that is energy. Oh yeah, light is energy in its purest form. No, light isn't energy in its purest form. Just as in heat and temperature are also not energy in its purest form. You know, But that's what they're trying to claim that you're saying. It's like, no. Energy is sustained in some sort of yeah. It's going to be a very easy call out if they try to pull that bullshit.
Yeah, and then they're going to try to say something like the best way to go is just use their own stuff against them. So it's like, we can't talk about anything or invoke anything unless it's scientifically verified, dependent variable, naturally occurring phenomena, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, well, then why do you keep talking about the laws of thermodynamics? Because that's not science. That's just an observation and our feeble attempt to explain what seemingly happens all the time. And you don't know the independent variable for entropy. So therefore, applying your own dogmatic script, you can't invoke it because it's not scientifically verified. They'll just call that a false equivalence fallacy, but I'm not equivocating anything. So it's basically just them walking past it. And every time they bring up the wave thing, that's them walking past it. Whenever they say, oh, so, light's not a wave, it's a particle. Like, okay, how did you prove that? How did you prove that? With a man-made device? I thought we couldn't use man-made devices. Something else they're going to do is when I said, well, you can shoot a laser through a vacuum, then I said, you can shoot a laser through a vacuum. And then, of course, I got immediately interrupted. Like, where do you seeing as how nature abhors a vacuum? Blah, 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 blah. Where do we see vacuums in nature? I said, dude, I already said that I'm not claiming it's scientifically verifiable. So you see that what they're doing is literally straw manning me. It's an implicit straw man. Whenever they go to critique me and teach me what science is within the natural science of the scientific method, they're literally not responding to what I said, because I already said it's not verifiable. It obviously isn't verifiable via the scientific method of natural science because it's immaterial. It's just ridiculous. It's like, but that's all they're going to do. Because obviously my point is that you can shoot a laser through a vacuum, and not only does it go to the other side, it propagates more efficiently, which goes to show you that obviously, and this is obvious, that gas or air is not the only medium for light, but in fact, it impedes the light, right? Because if it's the primary medium that transfers the light, if you will, sustains the light, then the more you have, the better it would propagate. But actually, whenever you remove it, it propagates better because the air is nothing more than impedance, which is obvious because you can't shoot a laser through really, really dense air. It doesn't propagate as efficiently when you have a ton of air impeding it, which is really just an impeding perception of the illumination of the background. But anyway, so that's another thing they're going to say, is that I was bringing up something that's not science when I brought about the laser shooting through the vacuum, even though I prefaced it by saying it's not science. So you see, like, it's not like I prepped for this or anything. It's like I could have said all this live right then, super fast. They just wouldn't let me talk. So, I mean, it's whatever. Like, how do you respond?
It really seems like they're trying. Can you guys hear me?
They do. Yeah, they control. Yeah. They're very controlling of what's said and the narrative through muting and berating and their whole thing. I mean, that's why I think, like, Bob, I mean, I was following, like, with Bob Nodell and the Glowbusters, I was following all that step by step to what happened. That's why they call their show Ball Busters, is like a play on Glowbusters. That's why they call their show that. They had a huge, like, feud with Bob and all that. And I think Bob ended up just being like, yeah, fuck those guys. Like, those guys are just, I can't speak for Bob, but I mean, I think Bob realized that those guys were not going to be able to have an honest, fair kind of dialogue. And then they did all the berating and all the stuff that they did, to where Bob, sort of pulled away from wanting to interact with them. And then they literally called their show Ball Busters as kind of a parody on Glowbusters. And then they still have the name even to today.
Yeah, and it was really strange how the whole thing, I pay attention to most everything that goes on, and the argument between Anthony Riley, or the stickling point between Anthony Riley and Bob about the downward bias kind of was where it got started, and then the whole idea of incoherent dielectric acceleration, and then any association with Ken Wheeler being just like, ridiculous. Like, anything that has to do with somewhat Ken Wheelerism is somehow taboo, which is ridiculous. I would recommend maybe trying to just get to a philosophical objectivity with them about what the whole situation is, maybe the way that, there seems to be some taboos, and why is it that, some of these things may be possible explanations, even though they're not materialistic or provable in the scientific sense, just like you're saying about entropy. But, rather than making it a, 1v1 type situation, just let's, lay it all out philosophically. And especially when it comes to the Michelson-Morley philosophical decision that was made, that that you've capitalized on, and I think has advanced the conversation with the quotes that you're putting in, showing that that's where, you know, that they made a decision about that 1/6 being, you know, the Lorentz contraction, which is, you know, just completely fallacious, and capitalizing on that point alone is something that work in any conversation, you know, just the absurdness of that, you know, should be at least talked about, right?
Oh yeah, something else that I just thought of when you said that they're going to talk about is Oakley called Michelson-Morley a parlor trick. And so they're going to talk about how that isn't science. But see, you know what's so funny is, again, of course, heliocentrism's devotion is what they had to come up with relativity because of Michelson-Morley. It's like a death blow to heliocentrism, but whatever. I guess the fundamental...
The parlor trick was talking about the Lorentz contraction. That's what made it a parlor trick.
Yeah, and of course, if it was easily dismissed because it wasn't signed, if it wasn't like any way valid, then they wouldn't have had to come up with relativity in the first place.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right.
But like,
that's
what's so
huge
crazy?
Point that has been missed, and you're right about that. That's where, you know, the discussion's been missed on the flat Earth side is not realizing that there was, and yeah, the Copernican revolution was a philosophical decision as well. You know, at all costs they must avoid, you know, the special placement and all these things. If you could just get to them to at least take that stance of philosophically looking at it, laying it all out, instead of making it like, I'm trying to prove the ether and you're saying it doesn't exist, which neither one can be, you know, solidified in one conversation. It's just like, here's a possible explanation for a lot of the things that the globers hold on to, which is maybe the, you know, the drift of the gyroscope, as well as a lot of these other things that they're saying is the spinning of the Earth. So, I mean, it's important just to at least have some objectivity for anyone in the discussion to know what happened historically and where the reverse engineering might have gone on.
Yeah, like, I guess this is the macro point, right? It's like they're just disregarding different observations, and they're saying, well, it's not naturally occurring observations, blah blah blah. They're just disregarding it though, right? So it's like when you shoot the laser through the vacuum and it propagates more efficiently. Modern quote unquote science says that there's quantum foam and that they manipulated pure nothingness. What? Okay, so obviously I'm not going to ever agree to that. I know that there's just a medium there, right? There's a background medium. But they just don't address it at all. So I don't really see how it's of any value. Like, I'm confused, you know. It's like, that's why I thought there's no way that was going to turn into a shit show like that, because I tactically prefaced it with, it's not scientifically verifiable, it's philosophical, logical framework, it's just blah blah blah, it's an antecedent relationship. It's like, well, what's the alternative? I'm like, I think that flat earthers mess up whenever they talk about it so definitively as if they've scientifically verified it and proven it, and it still didn't work. And so, but the crazy part is that it's like, you just disregard everything. You're just disregarding everything. But you can debunk the physical particle nature claim of light simply by shooting a laser through glass. That's it. Or water. Like, does the photon slow down and speed back up? Because that breaches the conservation of momentum. So, like, it's obviously not a physical particle traveling from point A to point B. It's just not. You know what I'm saying? It's not. So it's like, whatever.
Yeah,
you can just.
It'd be cool if you could get them to, if you could just. I have to go. Actually, I just wanted to add that I'm listening to it, but I have another thing I have to deal with right now. But yeah, if you could just get them to philosophically talk about it rather than having it be like a confrontational thing, that would be the best thing, you know. And you know, especially because it's, you know, Ken Wheeler is a little bit hard to pin down, and of course that's the problem, is that a lot of people still think he thinks it's a globe, but then calls it a dielectric plane, and there's all that confusion. And then any association seems like there's some kind of, like, you know, weirdness going on to anyone that references something like an incoherent dielectric acceleration. And just the idea that they've hijacked the ether and called it space-time is a big thing that could be honed in on and shown that that's exactly what they did. You know, and whether you're claiming that or not is important. Just let's look at all the things that they're saying space-time does and seeing if that's, you know, the case, and just explore it rather than having it be, I'm making a claim, you're making a claim. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've already made all those points apparent, though. Like, I've already addressed all this stuff, man. So
I'm sure you have, yeah. Good luck, though, Wit.
Well, are they targeting the show at you, Austin, or is it just in general? And then my other question is, like, what are they saying? They're saying they're going to do the show, and then after the show, they're going to just ban anyone who talks about Ether. They're just going to go through QE will go through 24/7, and then the pseudoscience server and just start banning everybody who talks about it.
I don't know. That remains to be seen. But they're not gonna like personally say my name. They're just gonna take the quotes and then attribute it to Ether Believer. So it will be aimed at everything I said, but they won't say my name.
No, I heard Nathan say that a couple days ago. He said, soon enough, anyone who brings up the Ether will be banned from even joining the Discord server.
I did hear him say he's going to be chopping some heads. He did mention Jemsy and somebody else. Not Die Slow. It was,
so the day has come. We have a flat Earth group that is exterminating the Ether. All right.
Yeah.
My big question for all of this is, what's the need to be deliberately and aggressively, even obnoxiously infighting? What's the need for it?
More views.
No need.
Yeah, maybe.
No need at all. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there you go.
More views.
maybe views for a channel that has slowly been losing viewers over the years.
I mean, you repeat the same thing over and over again 100 times. I mean, how long can you hear that?
So what I've been thinking while we've been talking is, like, I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm like convinced by the idea of the Ether, but I certainly think it's an interesting idea with merit. I wouldn't be going around saying I know that it doesn't exist, because that sounds to me like a positive claim, right? And so if you're going to make that positive claim, you've got to prove that positive claim. And I don't think anyone can actually do that. So that's a very dangerous philosophical position to put yourself in.
Yeah. Well, that was my bigger point too. It's like, if you disagree, that's cool, right? Like, if you disagree, you disagree. Why does that matter? Like, why? Like, if someone thinks the Ether doesn't exist, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't feel like I need to go like destroy them or something. I don't care.
Well,
like, we can have different opinions.
All I'm going to say right now, and I'll actually say this in the mod room in 24/7, if anyone gets banned for talking about the Ether, I will ban the mod who bans them. I'm not going to have that shit. I'm not going to have this deliberate, obnoxious infighting. It seems too engineered and too weird to me to be organic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I definitely
for real.
Well, then I guess you'll have to see what the admins over there would then do to you, because we'll see where they fall on this.
Well, I'm pretty sure two of them would definitely support me in this, and the other two I'd have to talk to before. But fuck it, I'll message the four of them now, and I'll tell them that's what I intend to do. I'm not going to have this bullshit infighting with good flat earthers being banned over stupid shit like this. It's not going to happen.
And I doubt that any of them actually believe or hold any other position than what you do. You know? They're more neutral on this. I think this is just like Eminem in the game. It's just he's trying to, you know, stir up some. Again, it's like I said, it's a dying show because they repeat. I mean, I don't know how many fucking times I've heard damn sexting argument that I'm pretty much over that. Like, holy crap, let's go back to the Black Swan or something, because it's just annoying hearing the same argument over and over and over again. So I just think this is a way just to spice up shit again.
Yeah, and I guess the question is how much they go on a rampage trying to ban other people talking about it. Like, I guess on their server, I guess they could do that, but I guess it depends on if how much they try to convince other people to start banning and, you know, exterminating anyone who thinks about the Ether or talks about it. Like, I'm just saying, it depends on how far they try to take that with whatever mod abilities they have or whatever.
I wouldn't think that they will ban anybody, especially since it will be an argument, I mean, a debate that they can have. You know, especially, I mean, you want to speak to Glovers most of the time, but they're not there. So, I mean, why not debate about something else? It is a debate show, right? So.
Yeah, I was thinking that the other day. It's still called the Flat Earth Debate, but they don't really ever debate in there. It's more kind of like a podcast style with just a couple panel members. Like, they don't really debate.
Well, what sucks is it requires us to now critique them, and now we're throwing shade in a way, and it's like, it sucks, right? It's just like, it's manifested this
Yeah,
negative turmoil. Yeah, it's like because I've intentionally bit my tongue on a lot of stuff about, let's say, that place. But right now, I'm currently in the like reciprocate mode, meaning like I'll reciprocate energy, and that's kind of how I'm looking at it. And I'll have a toxic cutoff for me no matter what. But yeah, like, and they'll just say I'm going to use humor to do it, and it'll be very efficient. And so hopefully,
Man,
people
it's a
will
diss track.
exercise caution.
It's your diss track, man. It's your diss track back. He's gonna diss you,
Yeah.
and you're gonna go back and do the same.
Yeah. Like maybe literally. But I don't even want to do that. It seems just so toxic, right? It's like I don't want to feed my energy into all that. But we'll see what happens. I'm like actually just trying to make sure I don't act impulsively, and like I said, I'm in reciprocate mode.
It would be interesting, I guess, with all this being talked about, if you went on there and just straight up said your points and see what happens. Like, see if they let you speak or if they just mute you, or like at this point now, it'd be interesting if you actually just went on there.
I don't think he actually wants. I don't think QE wants that. I think QE wants him to come back with another, like, it's just a podcast or another, another live stream with you talking the same. I definitely don't think that QE wants a debate with it whatsoever. I'm telling you, I see this more as a publicity stunt in a way to just bring it. 100%.
Yeah. Does drama sell, guys? Is this all that is behind some evil mastermind plan that debate and heated drama sells? Are we falling into a trap of being the resistance against some false flag operation? Do they understand this is valid, but they're putting up an aggressive front against it just to bring in the clicks and the views of causing a chemical reaction between two different, ingredients here? I don't know. I'd really like to think that Nathan and whoever have like strictly earnest intentions about spreading truth and providing a neutral platform of growth and development and camaraderie and wholesome growth and all that. But I don't know. How many of you have ever like taken a step back and thought about what kind of discourse and YouTube involvement you're involved in? I've done it, and I'd say this place seems like just a place for everyone to come. But I wouldn't say the same for the show. I wouldn't say the show is a place for everyone to come and share ideas and battle equally on equal terms and an equal playing field. It seems like it's more about an agenda there.
I mean, if you think about Nathan comes from that type of environment with media, right? Dealing with I forgot what he used to do, but he comes from that background, so he understands that drama definitely does sell. And that now he just 100% he doesn't really take that personal. I'm pretty sure he freaking at home just chilling, just laughing about it. But I'm pretty sure that this is something that he knows. He knows that what drives you, and that's what he lives off of, right? This is bread and butter.
All I'm saying is I don't want to give my enemies what they want, and what they want is my involvement and my attention. I know that. I know that's what my worst enemy wants, my attention.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. The word relevancy just kept coming to my mind. It's like wherever you put your relevancy, the energy flows in that direction, and vice versa. So I guess we all have to choose whenever engaging, especially with topic like these as well. But where we put our relevance and our energy in terms of engagement.
I kind of agree because I think the grand scheme, it's like really stupid because we're still like, even if we were all to come together and skip off in the horizon together in the sunset, like we're such a minority. And like, I actually want to like really level up as much as I can content wise. Like I did something that I thought was kind of pushing the envelope and traveled. And now I want to like try to make like a real professional quality podcast where I work my way up to getting really big names on it. I want to kind of do what Dave does, where he goes around to all these mainstream places and talks about the earth. I'm going to debate Professor Clown's show, but just because he has millions of views, Professor Dave, Kai and I are going to be dropping awesome music. I have like 4 different types of shows I'm about to do. And so, in the grand scheme of everything, I feel like what you're saying is true. It's like, where you place your relevancy? Because I personally, I want to put my energy into all of those things personally, I want to put my energy in those things, like kind of an attempt to elevate the community in a way and our reach. And so I think that in the grand scheme, it's stupid. And if I do end up having to reciprocate something within that toxic realm, it will be like a unload the clip and done, set the gun down and walk away. Like I won't be doing this forever or something. So that's my
So
take.
what do you say, all the ether mofos in here? What do you say that the few of us, however many it is, show up, and then one of us speak at a time? And I'm saying this out loud. Hopefully this doesn't get to them. But Austin shows up on the platform, says, "Hey, ether is something I truly believe in, and don't want to engage with people who are just gonna bully."
It's not a belief, bro.
That's what it's not. I understand. I'm just saying, whatever is said, I'm just saying, Austin goes on there, says, "Hey, this is what I think. You can hear me out. If you don't want to hear me out, and I only have 10 seconds to say, we're just going to throw an ether party at Earth Awakenings, where all the people who were going to come to defend the ether aren't going to come to battle about the ether, but give everything they want to support right here at the same time, side by side with that." And I hate that seems like a battle or whatever, but I'd much rather show up tomorrow for a discussion on the ether on a platform like this than come get muted as soon as I disagree with anyone on the show. You know what I mean? Like, I want to come there and speak my piece, but I know I'm not going to be able to. I'm going to speak up there in defense of the ether. Q or Nathan's going to mute me. I mean, it's obvious. I'd rather have a conversation about the ether tomorrow at the same time right here. I just wish that anyone who was drawn to that place looking for a discussion of the ether could be redirected to a place where a better conversation will be had.
Gio, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You've got to rename the server tomorrow just for one day to Ether Awakenings.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
You have to.
Oh jeez.
One day, come on, do it.
Is there a time limit of how many times you can change your or the length of server change name? Like Twitch, if you say you change your name, you gotta wait 2 weeks to change it back to something else.
I just feel like we're wasting our time. We're going to a place where we're just going to be shut down for saying anything at all. Like, it's just how it goes there. If you disagree, you will be silenced. Like Neo having his mouth closed shut in the interrogation scene of The Matrix, movie number 1. How will you make your phone call if you have no mouth?
Yeah, good point. I mean, QE and Nathan aren't even the kind of biggest problems in that server as well. I don't know if any of you guys have had the misfortune of dealing with Righteous Force, but I don't believe that he's, and maybe this will go back to him, I don't know, but I don't think he's a legitimate flat earther, to be honest.
He's just a biblical cult leader. That's all he is. He just wants to start an online church. As the leader priest.
I don't know about that, but every time I've had an interaction with him and Globers, he's always been on the Glober side every time, and I've seen him do it with other people as well. In my opinion, he's like a long-term deep troll, and he's not flat Earth at all. I've never seen him argue for flat Earth in years, and he's like one of the big mods over there. So, go figure.
Yeah, I had deals with him, and I definitely. I called them out on that a few times.
Yeah. He might not be over there because I haven't been there for about a year, so I can't speak for the last year, but before then, for sure.
I think
if things go south tomorrow, I'll be here.
I just think that he knows the people are passionate about the people that are like really into the ether are passionate about it, so. It knows it'll bring views. That's all it is, bro. It's all of you.
Right on. I mean, it's guaranteed. Not saying that's his motivation, because I'm not gonna pretend I can read his mind. But it's not as if he doesn't realize that. Right? I'm not saying that's his motivation, but it's not like he doesn't recognize that fact. Drama brings in the views, and I don't feel like adding fuel to that fire. If it's chill, I'll be there. As soon as it's not chill, I'm out. It's not worth it. I'll be here to continue the ether conversation. Growth in mind, not debate and argumentation and censoring.
Yeah, and I mean, in the spirit of free speech, I mean, everybody's allowed to have their viewpoints, and if that's theirs, then that's theirs. But I mean, if you gave me a list of shows tomorrow that were linked to flat Earth, that all of them, and one of them was called exterminating the ether, I think for me that one would be on the very bottom of my list. So, just not of interest of mine. I think that's far off base to try to claim that it should be exterminated or even could be exterminated. The entire globe paradigm is built upon abolishing the ether in terms of what they did with space-time and Einstein, and the entire outer space is based on that. They wanted to distract everybody from what's here and the potentials of the actual environment we live in and how certain technology can work, free energy, a lot of things like that, and try to abolish that entire thing and then use a massive amount of pseudoscience and an entire lineage to try to abolish it and then replace it with this outer space fantasy, which they're now controlling. And they've made up a physics that only works out there, and then they're the only ones going out there. So they've not only abolished it, but they've replaced it with a completely pseudoscientific framework that somehow they got a bunch of people to believe in that's real, because I guess they have a lot of money and a lot of sort of media capacity to do that. So if anything, I think that the true shape of the Earth goes intimately with, and like Austin would say, you don't have to call it ether. You could call it something else, a medium. You could call it any phrase that you want. But in my viewpoint, it goes intimately with realizing what the Earth is, and then also what the medium that the Earth is within, and that's within us on those levels. So to me, that's like at the cutting edge of, and I'm not saying we have all the answers or anything. I think there's a lot more to be discovered, but to shut down that idea would be the last thing of interest to me. So I think there's much more in discovery and that's, to me, that's at the cutting edge of it. So it's the last thing I'd want to be involved in is any thought of trying to eliminate ideas based around the medium that we're in.
I mean, they got to throw away logic then.
You're such a diplomat, Gio. you got a real diplomatic talent about yourself.
Hold on, funny that thing. Chris was saying something.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple of things I wanted to mention, so I'll be quick, I promise. First of all, why does anyone have 100% faith in the idea that logic is valid? That's the first question. The second question is, how do we know that light isn't just something else? It just doesn't fit into the categories that we currently have. And third of all, does anyone think that the idea of a background of some description, you call it an ether or something else, is the way that not only kind of light propagates, but also it's the idea, it's how humans can communicate in non-bodily ways. I could probably have worded that better, but I think you guys know what I mean. It's like when someone looks at you and you can't see them looking at you, but you feel it, how is that propagated? That's kind of what I mean.
Yeah, the psychic realm, the mental realm, aiming, pointing towards something you might refer to as like the oversoul or the collective consciousness or the mind of God, whatever you want to call it. And as the Hermetics would say, all is mind. Everything is connected in this realm, at least, by a mind field.
Yeah, which taps into like Rupert Sheldrake's the morphic fields, morphogenetic fields, and remote viewing and psychic abilities and all that. mean, I often tell this story. My aunt and uncle, they had twin dogs, and the dogs were really close their whole lives, you know, very, very close twins. And one of the dogs was sick, and so it was in the, you know, the pet hospital. And so the pet hospital was like, you know, 30 miles away from their house, very, very far away. And the other twin dog that was at their house was just lying down, kind of sleeping. And the other dog in the hospital died. And right at the time that the dog actually passed away, the other dog that was at their house instantly jumped up and started running around the house, looking really afraid, and started barking and barking. And it was like right at that moment, like they literally timed it like to the minute. So it seems as though, of course, it's just sort of an anecdotal case and all of that, but it's like the dogs, it's almost like the dog at home knew that the other dog had passed away right at that moment. And how would it have known that? So that's just one example of so many. So yeah, I mean, that does link into the concept of a background medium. Like not only is, you know, the idea of light propagating and all of these factors, but is there actually an interconnectedness, you know, between us as well that has something to do with that medium?
Well, you know, my grandma died, and my grandpa was taking care of her as a healthy man her entire like 2 years of like a slow death, right? Of just bodily issue after bodily issue and whatever, you know, going wrong after whatever. But he was always, you know, fully capable, driving her to the doctor, you know, taking care of her in the bathroom, you know, changing clothes, whatever, you know, all that stuff, right? Fully capable, muscular, you know, structure, able to do all of these performances necessary to take care of her. But when she died, oh, he was dead in like 5 days. No bodily issues. But when she died, just something that had bonded them over the 70 years or whatever of their life together, that it was just psychically connected that when her soul was done, so is mine. When she's done, I'm done. Because like they say about marriage, you become one flesh. You know, so I think that there's a thing that links us together. Some people even more strong than others. Some pets with their owners, you know, more strongly than other people are connected to people on distant parts of the world. I definitely think that there is some sort of mind field, soul field, whatever, something that pervades all of us with connections, maybe between, you know, specific people more so than others, a stronger connection, but that does permeate through, you know, all of reality, connecting us all in some way, and in a way that perhaps we don't have the technology to measure, but can be recognized through the relationships and interactions between living beings. You know, there's something there. I've heard lots of stories about people who die, and then their pet dog, who's completely healthy, dying like the next day, just because they, you know, when their owner dies, they're done. Their whole life was to be the pet of their master. And when their master is done living, so are they.
Yeah, for sure. I've heard of that too with like, you know, elderly married couples. Yeah, exactly. Where when one passes away, the other seems to pass very quickly and in certain cases. So yeah, it's interesting. And then Rupert Sheldrake did that research with dogs and their owners, like when their owners were at work. And then once the owners like decided to come home, the dog would like jump up and start running to the door, even though they were still miles and miles away. And then if the owner like stopped off at a grocery store, then the dog would go back and lie down in his bed, you know. Then once the person got in their car and started driving towards the home again, the dog would jump up and run to the door. I mean, this was all far beyond the dog's ability to hear the car or anything. I mean, it's like miles and miles away. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting work around that. And yeah, you could call that just sort of like psychic, or you could write it off or something as kind of, you know, but when it's happening in the physical world and can be like statistically tested, then even though maybe we don't know exactly what it is, you're still testing something real.
Yep.
Well, that's kind of funny. Ken just put out a recent link here. He says he's elaborating on his field's definition list, I guess, a few things, and then he went on to say concepts that do not exist in nature, such as waves, space, time, shadows, emptiness, chaos, quantum, negative charge, force, electrons, photons, and virtual photons.
Yeah, can I tell you guys a story?
Hell yeah.
So you're saying he's going to cover all that? You're saying?
Yeah, he's just talking about re-elaborating, it seems, on his definition list with some stuff, and then he went on just to put some more information out. So I don't know, I just thought that was kind of impeccable timing.
This kind of makes sense of all that stuff too right here. I didn't talk to my brother for about a year. We had like a falling out in like 2019. And when I finally just decided to say, fuck it, I want to hit my brother up, I wasn't in communication with him for about a year. The day I hit him up, he just had a baby. And like, I knew he was going to have a baby but it was like, there was no way I could have known he was going to have that baby the day I texted. If you know what I mean?
Yeah, one time I had not talked to someone for like over 4 years, and they randomly popped in my head, and then like an hour or so later, she texts me. 4 years, bro.
Oh shit! You know what? The same thing happened with this girl. I didn't talk to her for 6 years. I dated her 2011, 2012. And then her best friend messaged me on the day of my birthday. And then I hung out with her. And then the day after that, my ex from 6 years ago hit me up. It's like she knew that I hung out with her friend.
Yeah, also I didn't talk to someone for many years, and then thought of them, like just randomly thought of them, and then they call me the next day. So that's happened to me twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, shit like that's been happening to me almost every day recently for like the past 4 months. It almost seems like once a day, or the past 4, like something changed 4 months ago or something. Like once a day, there's just something that happens that's like so statistically improbable to the like trillionth degree. And when 1 in a trillion chance happenings occur, like 4 months in a row daily, you just say, well, it's not coincidence at this point. You know, it's just not coincidence at this point. So that's crazy. It's crazy, guys. I think that, you know, I think that this sort of thing happens to everyone. Honestly, I don't feel I'm special or that we are special. I think these sorts of things happen to literally everyone every day. But I just think that a lot of people don't like have the. I just think a lot of people haven't opened their aperture or whatever, or aren't looking for them, so that they don't notice what's happening right in plain sight in front of their own eyes. But I think these sorts of things happen to everyone. I'm just someone who's kind of on the lookout for them, and that doesn't mean that like, oh, you know, I'm seeing things as I want to see them. Like I don't like things like that happen too, but I have very strict standards to what I consider like a profound synchronicity versus something just that's correlative. Like, oh, yeah, nothing like that. I'm not like trying to like trick myself here. Honestly,
Can I mention
miracles happen every day. Yeah, man.
He elaborated on emptiness being a qualifier of something, or he says, where is it? Yeah, emptiness is a qualifier of something being empty of something else, and there's no such thing as emptiness. So exactly. I just wanted to, yeah. So like when I say there's a big difference between nothing and no thing, that's kind of what I was trying to.
Well, that's one of these things that more relates to like energy and metaphysics than it does physics and physical things, because there's no actual analog of like the relationship of something illuminated to a shadow. Like that relationship only occurs on an energetic level, while like vacuums, like chasms, don't actually exist because, like, someone was saying the other day, oh, half full, half empty cup. And then someone said, and they're correct. They were absolutely correct to point this out, that an empty cup in the half full, half empty cup, or completely empty cup, or completely full cup, someone brought up that an empty cup is still full. It's just full of something else, you know? And there is no actual physical comparison, direct analog to a shadow, because a shadow is actually absent of light, you know? While a cup, well, it can be full of water or it can be full of air, but those are both very similar things, not opposites.
Yeah, it's like just which element is it full of?
Exactly.
And which element is it empty of in that scenario? Yeah.
But if something is a shadow versus something being light, I mean, that is like, it isn't replaced by something else. It's just absent of, and that's just the, like I was bringing up earlier.
It's called the qualifier.
There's a term called physical constraints, and energy and the way it interacts or does its stuff.
Are you saying that matter is an absence of space?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that physical things are constrained by the rules of physical constraints. And the reason you can't explain energy to someone in some sort of metaphor or whatever is because energy isn't succumbed to the constraints that physical things are. Energy doesn't have physical constraints. Only physical things have physical constraints. That's why you can't explain electricity or light or magnetism or anything like that in a one-to-one comparison to like how water flows or how some sort of physical interaction occurs. It might be similar, but it will never be a one-to-one comparison from matter interactions and flow to energy interactions and flow.
Dude, you just hinted at something so crazy. You just made me think so hard about something.
Energy doesn't follow the same rules that matter follows. They have different constraints. That's why all the metaphors fall apart.
Matter is just an absence of electricity. Or what if it was like, because supposedly photons are reflecting off of like the atomic nuclei, which is how we're able to see a color spectrum. Whatever the fuck they say, it's almost like the physical constraints you're talking about is matter. Like matter is the boundary. It's almost like they want to say that space is everything that's not matter, but what if matter is the only space and everything else is matter?
Well, I would say that matter is constrained energy. Energy that's volunteered through some sort of process to involve itself in being constrained. It's sort of like a rope, right? Energy is a rope, and matter is the knot tied in the rope. It's like energy has to do some sort of performance to then result in the illusion of it being something other than pure energy. It ties itself in a knot, and that knot is recognized as being matter, as something sort of extra than just pure energy itself. It's an expression. It's like, it's like the sine wave. It's like a bed sheet. A bed sheet itself is energy, but a wave of the bed sheet, say you like whip it like one of those exercise routines where you got these like really long ropes and you go, left, right. You like wave your arms up and down. Create waves in those ropes.
Another thing is force. Like most people think force is a thing, but it's actually something being exhibited, something being done, but it's not a thing in itself. Like a force of what? You know what I mean?
Yeah, of what, by what, to what.
Right. Unless you can explain those, then you haven't like addressed the thing for itself, just the action being done.
Yeah,
just like they like to do with energy. It's it's the ability to do work. It's like that's not defining or explaining what energy is. That's just telling me what. Yeah, it's just telling me it does something or it can do something. I can do something. Is that Am I telling you who I am or what I am? No, it's the action of something, not what it is.
Yeah, it's a total ghost, bro. The word force, it's a total ghost. You know, it's there's nothing there. It doesn't mean anything. To me, a force is some sort of concretation. And I borrow that word from Ken Wheeler. But it's when people get so confused by the English language that they treat a noun as if it's an actual thing in reality. But the thing about nouns is that I can I can use a noun type word to talk about a dream. And obviously a dream isn't something you can touch, find. You can't cut open my brain, do surgery, and find my dream anywhere in existence. But they're saying, oh, forces exist. No, forces don't exist. You'll never find them anywhere. Sure, they're a noun, just like dream is a noun, but they don't exist. They're an experience. And to me, the closest thing the word force actually relates to is an exchange transfer of energy, a flow, really, between two things that you've called separate, which is
It's
also
just
an
a qualifier
illusion.
of something, but it's not a thing of itself.
Yeah, it's a process, and it's a modality of a process. There's different forces, but every different force is only referring to one of the couple ways, one of the few ways that energy can be passed along in a certain way. It's an avenue of energy transfer. That's all a force. A force is an avenue of energy transfer. That's all it is, and it happens in different ways. Energy is transferred in different ways, just like there's multiple languages to speak in, or there's body language, or there's verbal language, or there's written language. You know, it's still information being communicated through what we call language, a force, heat, light, pressure, whatever, you know, kinetic. It's or electric or magnetic, whatever.
Let me ask you something then. This might not be the right question, but would you consider energy a particle?
Not at all. Not even
All right,
close.
word. Nice.
Energy would be that of fields, and fields alone.
I would say the closest thing you could describe energy as is a tension.
What about etheric vibrational displacement?
I feel like that involves too much. It's very close to defining energy itself, but it goes like what you said goes one step further than addressing energy itself. Like what you're talking about is the flow of energy, kind of, not energy itself. I think the only way to sum up energy in one word is to metaphorically call it physical attention.
Why do we have to use one word?
We don't have to use one word, but you said displacement. And of course, displacement involves a whole new factor that kind of takes it to a secondary level than addressing it at its core. You can use two words or as many words as you want, but just the words you happen to use there is not fundamental. It's secondary. Very close.
You're saying
very close.
attention, like pay attention.
Yeah, pay energy. The thing like to perform a task, energy is spent. You know, you pay attention. It's the thing. Energy is what is spent. Attention is spent.
Oh man, who was I talking to the other day about conduction and currency and all the synchronicity between electricity and money? Who was I talking to? That shit was funny.
I don't know.
But real fast, this is a good conversation. I've been trying
Probably
to think
DMOC.
about the West way to define energy for a while, and I thought something along the lines of like the resonance of equilibrium. right? Like etheric vibrational displacement being as that is the source of all the energy. But like, basically, the driving force of all of it is the seeking of equilibrium, right? Like pressure mediation. Yeah. So I don't know if there would be some elegant way to combine all that, like etheric vibrational displacement, resonance of equilibrium, pressure mediation.
So what you're referring to, all of your definitions are actually the definition of change, not energy. Energy is what changes. All of your definitions are the definition of the word change or motion, kind of. Although that involves like space, but there's like your mind can change even though like space wasn't involved at all. So that's why I say what you're referring to is the definition of change, not energy itself. And I would say that the closest thing we have to defining energy is just putting it in consciousness terminology, saying energy is attention, and then the displacement of attention is motion and change and that etheric perturbation, like the flow. Attention flows. Like your mind never fixates on one thing. You actually have to try your hardest as a living being, as a conscious being, to actually focus on one thing, or else your mind will just run willy-nilly all over the place.
Right. Well, when I was thinking about this, it's like, is anything ever actually still? Like, is there such thing as energy that's still?
Yeah, that's
I would say that's the ether. Exactly. That's the ether right there, right?
The ether is
ether is the potential, the pure potential, unmanifested energy. So it's just, that's what you're referring to when you talk about the background. What you refer to as energy is the release of energy, but energy and impotency is pure energy, which would be the.
So you're gonna say so then the ether itself is energy then, like energy is defined as ether. Because I
would say it'd be easier to replace the word energy with the word field, and if we get into fields, then there's only one field being the ether. So essentially, yes.
I like to.
Well, then you define field, right? Like autonomous field mode, like autonomous exchange of energy, effectively, like self-governing.
In my opinion, the ether is only understood to us as a paradox, but we can split that paradox in half. And so what we're involved in is a synthesis, right? The experiences, living souls that we're involved in is a synthesis between past and future that we call now. And there's lots of other ways you can describe it. One other way I describe, this thing that's going on that we can actually speak words to is that there is the finite actual existence, right? There's the finite actuality, because there's only so many grains of sand actually existing right now, right? But we all know that there's there's the water cycle. There's also the stone cycle or the material cycle, right? Where things go through like metamorphic. What do they say about the different like layers of rock, right? There's metamorphic rock. There's igneous rock, and then there's sedimentary rock, right? And the crust of the earth is in a constant process of like solidifying, melting, crumbling, and going in circles, just like the water goes from liquid, gas, solid, right? Ice, rain, water, right? So it's a constant process. But I would say that what we're involved in the highest metaphysical sense that can actually be put into words is that there is a finite actual realm and an infinite potential realm. And that what we're witnessing with a front row seat is the interaction between these two. Things disappear from existing. Like things that once existed stop existing. I've watched flowers grow in my front yard, and then those flowers a week later, they don't exist, right? Where were they before they existed? They were potentially existing, and then they actualized. And then they go back into the potential, maybe someday to exist once again. But what is potential is infinite, because reality will continuously go on, never repeating itself. We can say history repeats itself in a sort of symbolic way, but when it comes down to it, no rock has ever been the same shape or color as any other rock that's ever existed. Reality has access to an infinite creative process somehow, and that's only possible by the merger of the infinite potential realm, always constantly flowing and manifesting into the finite actualized realm, as it little by little, like there may be an infinite well of water, but the nozzle and the diameter of the hose can only let out so much of that infinite source of water at a time to flow into existence. Like there might be an infinite water supply, but your kitchen faucet can only let out a little bit of that water at a time. And that water will manifest in the sink, sure, but it'll also flow back into where it came from through the sink or the drain at the bottom of the sink. And so it's recycling, but it's also infinitely creative. And it's a paradox beyond comprehension, only something that we can kind of like take notice of and kind of surf. All we can do is really surf it and not really ever like grasp it entirely within our two hands and hold it in front of our eyes. But mentally, we're able to grasp things much more etherical than we can witness through our senses. That's the great gift of, the human consciousness, that you can be aware of things that you've never been shown an example of.
Yeah, try to make shorter points, Fundy.
Yeah, sorry.
It's kind of like the internet and websites. The websites exist.
Yeah, so like okay, so I would say basically like nothing exists that's still other than maybe the ether, but the ether itself isn't still because it's moving. It's like if you had a lake, like even the lake has this resonance. There's no way to really know. I would say that like intrinsic vibration. I don't know.
Ether refraction.
It gets really deep, man, because Tesla said that matter is basically a modality of the ether, right? And so when thrown into infinitesimal prodigious worlds of velocity, it manifests as matter. So that idea being basically that vibration within, certain oscillation of the ether can result in matter. So it kind of gets deep. It's hard to fully know, of course, but like, I don't know. I think if you apply what Tesla was saying, which he was obviously on something, then maybe you could say it was still, I don't know, like because there could still be like a resonance within the background itself. We know that there's like a drift within, right? Like we know that it doesn't appear to me that it's still. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something, but I don't think that it's still. And my fundamental point is, I don't think anything is still. I don't think stillness exists.
Well, you're absolutely right there. But imagine this. Imagine people hunted down everything that is purple in the world and they burned it, or they covered it in black paint. And maybe it takes 100 years for all of humanity in a collective effort to find everything purple and destroy it, resulting in literally the color purple not existing anymore. We literally did it, guys. We removed purple from existence. But then someone accidentally combined some red and blue paint, right? And purple now exists again in the world. What do you call that? I call that the manifestation of purple. Because my definition of manifestation is something that doesn't exist coming into existence. And so, where did something manifest from? Where was purple while it didn't have an actual? Well, it was in the realm of the potential. And the realm of the potential is infinite and just waiting for its time to manifest, as it will through the narrow nozzle portal that things come into existence, which we have some sort of control over. We kind of have a bit of a steering wheel control over, you know, which direction things go in this world. It's a sort of dignity that needs to be recognized, and a sort of self-responsibility that needs to be like taken control over. That everyone needs to understand that to a degree, you decide the fate of the universe, and I won't hear anything other than that besides agreement from any of you. If you don't understand that you decide the fate of the universe, then, I mean, maybe we should talk privately or something. Yeah, everyone here should know that they decide the fate of the universe. It's the most obvious thing that any of us can realize.
Austin, in response to what you said about the ether, is it the ether that's moving or drifting, or is it like a magnetic field within the ether that's doing that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know.
Like, is the ether stationary, or is it?
The ether.
Ken would say. You've been talking a bit. Let me answer this one, Fundy. Okay. Thank you. So essentially, nature arbors what's called ether inertia refraction, which generates the magnetotoroidal disparity and the resultant impulse current, which drives the mutual masses towards counter space and inertia homeostasis. So the final resultant of gravity is the zero-sum gain in the homeostasis of inertia ether potential, and increasing said potential to a net zero anti-vector, i.e. the inertia stasis, or a total ether torsion null, as meant a total absence of force and motion.
The ether has no quality or quantity.
So I can post that in the live stream if you want to read that over, because I know it was pretty complex, if anyone's interested.
At the same time, ether has all quantities and qualities. It is the alpha and the omega. It is the zero and the infinity. And what we experience is the spectrum that will never be actually reached as zero or infinity, but witnessed as everything in between, fluctuating constantly between these two infinite ends that we can, the two horizons. When you look left and right, as you approach either one, it will distance itself from you. You can't reach them within existence. You can head towards them and get further, sure, but you'll never reach zero and you'll never reach infinity. You'll never reach absolute motion and you'll never reach stillness. What you can do is move slower and move faster.
So then, do you see ether as like an interface between the non-physical and the physical, like as like the base media, sort of like the idea of like DMT? I'm not directly relating DMT to the ether, but in a way, in the concept of dimethyltryptamine, which in that concept, it's like the interface between our brain essentially existing in the physical world versus being in the non-physical, let's just say, or the beyond.
An interface is a bridge, okay? And the bridge is the mind. There's the brain, and then there's the spirit, or the soul, or whatever you want to call it, right? The mental is the interface between the incorporeal and the corporeal, the physical and the etherical. The mind partakes of both. The ether is the platform that the incorporeal, corporeal, and the bridge between them sits upon. The ether has no qualities or quantities. There is nothing you can say about the ether itself. The only words that come close to it, while also serving some disjustice just through the limitations of English, the closest you can come to is the all and the beyond. And even those limit it improperly. When you try to put the ether into a word besides just the name that refers to the one who shall not be named, then you're already, messing up. Like I said, you can't actually demonstrate the ether. You can only have a sign that points towards both directions beyond the horizon. And the best symbolic representation of that is the checkerboard black and white background of a blank Photoshop background. That is a visual that represents non-visualness. It's a background that represents no background. It's what the background can be placed upon.
I posted it in Livestream along with something else that's fairly important that was proven by Oliver Heaviside in his article, a gravitational and electromagnetic analogy. So I guess check it out. It's a little short read.
The ether is the infinite potential and the finite actual. It's both. Like I said, there is a bridge, and that is consciousness to witness the actual and draw from the potential. It is, consciousness, the mind, the mental, is what allows the potential to flow into the actual. But the ether is without quality or quantity. The thing that has, something you describe is reality, space or space or counter space. These things that can actually be described. Space can be described in measurement, and counter space can be described in perfect ideals, like good, bad, up, down, yes, no, 1, 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, man, female, whatever, all these different things that are represented or talked about in Plato's world of forms, the apple of all apples, the king of kings, the table of all tables, the perfect.
Okay, so in your viewpoint, then, is there any way to tangibly validate what you're referring to, your definition, your understanding of the word ether, and so on? Is there any way in your mind, even if you had millions of dollars and all the resources, everything you would need, is there any way in your viewpoint that could be tangibly verified?
It would be verified indirectly. So the short answer is no. But what can be verified tangibly is demonstrating that you can travel left or right and never reach the horizon. What can be verified is that there is something that you can head towards in every direction and never reach, because it will run away from you at the same rate you approach it. All I'm saying is that there is a certain comprehension people can come to, that there is such thing as the beyond. And sure, it doesn't exist, but that's the point. There is existence, and then there is beyond existence. And the beyond doesn't exist, but it is what you are aiming towards. It's what's called perfection. It's what's called God. It's what's called an ideal. And you can try, and you can win the lottery and have all the resources and money in the world, and you can try to obtain anything perfect in this world, and you will never reach it. And then you might realize it doesn't matter how wealthy I am, I will never obtain perfection, but I am within perfection, and I can travel any direction seeking for it, and I will always get closer, but never all the way there. And if you, I mean, it's really crazy, man. It's metaphysical, which means it's beyond proving physically. So, yeah, no amount of money will give you this understanding in some sort of empirical, scientific endeavor research approach at all. This metaphysics can only be approached psychically or mentally. Science can only help you as a tool to approach these conclusions. But there's a reason, Zen Buddhism is called the sudden school, because they're going to put you through all these tests where you're searching outside of yourself. Where is peace? Where is peace? I'm seeking for peace. I'm seeking for wisdom. Where is it? Oh, I run around the world. I do all these techniques. And then you realize that you can literally stop running around or doing anything, because the thing you're searching for is literally where you're at. Wherever you go, peace is where you're at, because it's right there inside of you. And so it's called the sudden school, because enlightenment isn't to be found without, it's to be found within. And it might take a lot of, for certain people, it might take a lot of searching without to realize the uselessness of doing that. And that's a good way to learn the lessons, to try and fail and fail and fail. And then you might say, where's the one place I haven't looked for peace, for truth? Oh, you know what? I've searched every inch of this world except for, there's one place I haven't searched, honestly. I've covered every inch of this world, but there's one place I haven't looked for truth. Right where I'm at. And that's where you'll find it. It's also everything around you. I mean, like as above, so below, as within, so without. Sure, but it's very hard to grasp the totality of everything. With you can only take in so much. Like I said, only a certain amount of water can flow through a hose at once. But when you realize you are the infinite pool that the water is being transported from through the hose, you're like, oh, I was looking for an infinite pool of water, and I just found, I finally realized I am an infinite pool of water. I looked around, oh, there's a pond, there's a lake, there's an ocean. Oh, but no, none of them are infinite. I'm looking for the infinite pool of water. Wait, oh, there's literally infinite waters within me? I'm the biggest ocean, but with no borders? I'm going a little crazy now with this analogy. Hey, man, I'm listening to everything you said. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Got me thinking about, people are, what did they say? What's our percentage of water? 70%? 75?
It changes depending on who you ask, but 70-some is a solid guess usually.
I remember back in the day, I had a friend, rest in peace, man. He was a good guy, but he was obsessed with water rituals. He would put a cup in front of him, and he would focus on the water in the cup, focus on the water in himself, and then he would create a connection between him and the water. He'd put his finger in the cup and then touch his forehead, wait more, connect with connect the water that's touching him with the water in himself. And basically he talked about how it was like he needed 3 points for him to be able to drink the water. And then he would become all 3 different embodiments of the water that's in front of him, the water that's in him, the water that's on him, and the water that is him. And he was talking about this with me about water rituals. This shit's crazy. Rest in peace to
him. I'll think about that. Like, there is more than the ether. That's the craziest part about it. the ether, like I said, is like consciousness. The ether is the mind, and it's a bridge. There is something on the other side of the ether, you know, and that is beyond even. Like I'm just gonna stop. Like I'm not gonna do it justice even saying anything. Just no, you know. And maybe that's the true definition of the ether.
I've been trying to bring this concept to justice for a long time. There is something that embodies nothingness in our consciousness.
Beyond
The numbers here, what the number 0 represents is a principle of reality, right? Like if I look in a box and I say there's nothing in it, that means there's absence of something. So the concept of absence, the concept of nothing, concept of 0 has substance. Even though it's not a physical substance, it creates principles in the real world. That shit makes you think hard.
So you know how you can start in reality. The fundamental unit of reality symbolically is what we call one, right? One is the fundamental symbolic notion of singular existing unit thing, right? But what can you do with one? You can double it, and you can double it, and you can double it, and you approach what? You approach infinity. Or what's the opposite of doubling? You can have it, and you can have a half. You get to 0.25, and you can have that and get to 0.0275 or whatever, right? And you can have a half and have that half and have that half and have that half. And there's a similarity. See, this is what shows you that 0 and infinity have a lot in common. Well, one, the idea of one is in the middle of 0 and infinity, because infinity is one doubled and doubled, and 0 is what one approaches when it's halved and halved. And there's an infinitely wide spectrum between 0 and infinity, and we find ourselves in that spectrum. That's where we live, in the gray zone. 0 is black, infinity is white, and all that exists experientially in this reality, the actual reality, has to partake of both to some degree. And that'll always be some shade of gray. It's pretty crazy, but no one's ever seen the color white. No one's ever seen the color black. They're unwitnessable. And one of the first sentences in the Kabbalion is they say, the highest truth is inutterable. And that's because you can only communicate so much meaning in a sentence. Each word can only package so much meaning to be conveyed verbally. There's a real interesting concept when you think about God or truth, like absolute God or truth, as the invisible man. You can't see him with your eyes, and he's also intangible. You can't touch him with your hands. You can't see him with your eyes. But what if the invisible, intangible man put on clothing, or walked through the snow, right? The footprints of the invisible man walking through the snow, or the invisible, intangible man who wears clothing. And I know they'd fall through them if he's intangible, but you understand what I'm saying about senses and human perception. We come to try to understand God and truth indirectly through the way it's packaged and delivered to us. In the same way that you can't send a letter in the mail without putting it in an envelope. You can't communicate meaning without putting it into words. You have to wrap information inside of an envelope or a package in order to deliver it to someone. And then it's up to them to receive the package you delivered and then unravel it. When you send someone information through words, it's up to them to then receive it and then open it up and see what's inside. And it may be a lock and key combination system, like a riddle. Some of the things you say to people, you'll hand them directly, but they will never figure out how to open the envelope and see the information inside of it that you've tried to deliver them through your words. It isn't, everyone's got to realize this right now. It isn't as if you can just say something true and someone will now know the truth or understand what you say. It's not how it works, guys. It's not how it works. You can't just say something that's correct and someone inherently understand the meaning of what you said. They have to have the ability to undo the tied knot that you've delivered the truth to them with. It's on them, and hopefully they're up to it. Often they're not. That's funny.
Yeah. Wow. Gives you something to think about.
You can give someone some flat earth evidence. It doesn't mean they know how to open their present. It's just too much of a riddle for them to have the ability. And maybe they have some reason, personally, that they're gonna like avoid opening something you're trying to give them.
Dude, it's like that saying. Like, say somebody's hungry as fuck, right? And they're just like, yo, I'm so hungry, bro, I don't know what to do. And you don't give them food, but you give them a fishing rod. And they're like, bro, what do I do with this?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You can't give someone a fish if the fish represents truth. All you can do is give them a fishing rod, and then they got to figure out how to use it to catch the truth. You can give someone a sentence. That's all you can offer them. You can offer someone all someone can do over Discord is offer someone a series of sounds. That's it. That's it, guys. All you can do is offer someone a sequence of sounds. That doesn't mean they have the ability to utilize those sounds that you gave them and unravel them and reveal the truth, to tear the wrapping paper off and see the present you're trying to give them inside of the box. And a lot of people have trouble accepting gifts. I'll tell you guys right now, the God that most people refer to, he's just like you. You're a shitty person. Everyone listening to me right now, you're a shitty person. And you know what? You're also pretty darn great. I love you. You're awesome. You're fantastic. You're amazing. But you know what? You also fucking suck. Okay? All of you. You're amazing and you suck. And you know what? God's just like that. The God that all of us refer to verbally. And you know what? He's trying to improve himself. Are you trying to improve yourself in your life? Hopefully you are. I hope that you are.
Yo, we talked about this, right? God has to put himself through trials and tribulations to make himself comprehend his own play better, right?
Yeah, he's trying to better himself, just like us. That's what we're doing.
Stand on a cliff and been running away from the bobcat all day. It learns how to stand on the side of a cliff. But would it gain this knowledge of how to stand on a cliff if it wasn't for the nasty threat to your life.
Exactly. Like, here's one expression I was thinking of today. You ready for it? I'm gonna drop a bomb. You can't hit a home run unless someone tries to strike you out. So it's impossible to hit a home run unless the pitcher is trying to strike you out. If he never throws the ball, you'll never hit a home run. Evil is going to have to try to harm you and attack you and strike you out and defeat you in order for you to overcome it and achieve glory of the overcoming of it. It's very similar to the whole, if there's no good, there can't be evil. If you never understood light, you'd never understand darkness, or blah, blah, blah. I mean, all those fucking suck. Honestly, all those expressions suck. If you want to make it relatable, put it into baseball terms. You can't hit a home run as a batter unless the pitcher tries to throw a pitch to strike you out.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but what about the guys who ride the pine?
Ride the pine?
Yeah, they sit on the bench.
That's not important at all. I mean, there is a way to relate that to the metaphor, but it has nothing to do with the core essence of the core interaction of the person trying to strike you out and the person trying to smack that shit back in your face and hit a home run. But there is a way to extend it that way. Let's go. Do you want to go through that and try to figure it out?
No, I was just being a dope.
That's okay. Well, there's people on the bases for a grand slam, right? You're at the bat. You want to hit a home run. But there's people on the bases, first, second, third, right? Those are all the people that are going to benefit by you doing the right thing and overcoming temptation. When you do something great, more than yourself benefits from your actions. In reality, the bases are always loaded. And when you hit a grand slam, you can be guaranteed that you're not the only one who's going to reap the benefits from your good actions. Everyone on your team benefits when you do the right thing.
So, I mean, while that's, good philosophy, how can you give a practical example of that actual process? That you can actually, right, so that you can actually measure the steps, because say for instance, I do something that no one else sees, right? And it's a good thing. Have
you ever heard Misery Loves Company?
Yeah, but she refuses to pay the bill.
Have you ever heard Misery Loves Company?
Yes, but she refuses to pay the bill. So
what does that matter?
My point is, my point is that if I do something that no one else sees, how can anyone measure? Hold on. How can anyone measure what that action does if no one's measuring the reciprocity?
It's not about having a clear understanding and a total comprehension of all the consequences of someone else's actions. You can benefit by someone's actions without knowing who was responsible for why you had a good day. Someone might drop a $20 bill and you might pick it up. But that doesn't mean you have to know who dropped the 20 maybe on purpose even, for you to then benefit from, them offering it out to the world on purpose.
Yeah, but what if I was to hold on?
I might
What
just
if I
walk
was
around Target or Walmart. I might just walk around Target dropping $5 bills, and they'll have no idea who did it, but they will definitely benefit with no understanding what the cause behind it was.
Yeah, okay. So again, I'm just being the devil's advocate. I'm not trying to be a total schmuck, but I'm just being
That's
the
okay.
devil's advocate and saying that. So I get what you're saying in that scenario, but unless you are going to trail that person, so let's say that person finds the 5 and goes out and buys heroin, and then he
That'd be bad.
overdoses. Okay, so right. So my point is that even though your idea is philosophically nice, if you put a nice spin on it, but unless you're going to be a clinical...
I covered it already. So
I don't think you did, man. I don't think you did.
I did. You might have missed it, but maybe you just didn't take it the right way. So the way I covered that earlier was, I said, you can have the bases of baseball not loaded. You do the right thing, and only you benefit from it. You score a point. But if the bases are loaded, when you do the right thing by confronting the pitch that is your opposition, the evil, and you want to hit that ball with your righteous force, right? Then everyone on your team benefits. Now, someone who spends money on heroin is not on your team because they are hurting humanity. Someone who hurts themselves is hurting humanity. So when you hit the home run, in the metaphor that we're referring to originally, when you hit the home run and everyone on your team scores a touchdown, a home run, a point, whatever, everyone on your team benefits, and it hurts the people that are not on your team. Now, if my team is the benefit of humanity, then when I score a point and that results in someone overdosing, then that means they're not on my team. So yeah, when I score points, it hurts the opposition. And if I give $1 bill, score a point, do something good as the connection of the metaphor, and someone in response to that overdoses, then that person is not on my team. So obviously, when I do something good, it only helps the people on my team. And I'd like for everyone to be on my team, but people have their own decisions to make.
I mean, I get what you're...
Objectively, what you've just explained also works the other way. The people on the opposing team who are trying to do, in your opinion, bad, right? If they're successful at doing bad, then they score a home run for their team. So then you come,
and I'm hurt.
Go back one step. What is objectively good and objectively bad in your reality? Because everything to the individual is probably good to them. Everyone makes a decision that makes sense to them at the time. So I get the
it's not about your
Dude, you've got to stop talking over everybody. You're taking up a lot of the mic. Just calm the phone for a sec. Your philosophy is good, right? I get where you're coming from. I know what you're trying to communicate.
I understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
It's not about your conscious understanding of knowing with absolute certainty that what you do is good. It's about you trying your best based on your ignorant position, which is always going to be ignorant, based on you try your best to do good. Now, you may try your best and do something bad, but if you understand that there is a metaphysical position of good and bad that is transcendental, that you always partake in both sides to some degree, every action you take will have intended good consequences and unintended bad consequences, and maybe even intended bad consequences, but to a lesser degree that you weigh against the scales and still go through with it because they're outweighed by the good consequences. I'm not saying that there is such thing as an absolute home run that you can actually perform knowingly. All I'm saying is that when you do something good knowingly or not, or to the degree you recognize or not, there will be people who benefit from it in a wholesome way on a universal scale that I only imagine, but that I can't comprehend completely. But happiness seems to be the only way, and happiness and health, I guess, would be the two things that combine to define that. Not that I have any comprehension of the overall delayed or immediate,
let me ask you a question real quick.
responses of the happiness and health of those people based on my actions.
All right, so let me ask you real quick, just to bring it down to as bare minimum as possible. How would you define health and happiness?
Yeah.
Well, I would say that it's a balance, and that things that seem to promote happiness will have to balance against health, because there's drugs that can harm your health that promote happiness, right? But that doesn't mean it's the greatest overall. And I don't think that's within mine or any individual's complete understanding. It's something we can only try our best at finding our best attempt and guess at striking the balance that we're aiming towards.
Well,
But we might have the best intentions and make a horrible mistake. And I wouldn't say that's what I define happiness and health by. I would say it's something we're aiming towards, but not something we can understand how to perfectly achieve.
So my initial response to your reaction, your answer was that it was really a non-answer. You philosophized, but you didn't answer my question. What is health? What is health and happiness?
It's like a feel-good word salad, and I don't say that insultingly. It's like this kind of warm, fuzzy word salad that sounds beautiful, but there's no objective truth or reality in it. It's just kind of talking around.
No, that's the point, though.
In other words, there's no meat in that bone, in those bones.
Yeah, but that's the point. Carl Jung, I'll send you a video later if you want. He talks about that the highest truths are only understood in paradoxical terms. And if you want to stick to this is this and that is that without ever recognizing that this is that and that is this, then you'll always be stuck on the practical level and never recognize the universal level of information.
Wait, hold on, man. Look, you're that we're talking about right now.
I'm literally calling you out in the response that you're about to give, though. But go ahead.
I'm asking you for what is this and what is that, and you're skirting around it. You're not giving an answer.
No. I answered in the paradoxical sense because I consider everyone in this room above needing my explanation of telling them what this means.
I don't live in that world. I don't live in that world. I don't live in that world.
Oh, come on. You don't think that we have a common understanding on the idea of health? Really? You don't think that we would just agree? No. Answer me. You don't think that you and I hold on. Your best guess. I'm asking you to guess. You don't think that if we were to discuss what health is, we wouldn't come pretty much to a 90% at least agreement on that?
Are you ready?
I want an answer.
Okay, I'm gonna answer you Socratically. I asked you a direct question that you skirted around and tossed a salad to.
I responded to this question already. My response to that question is, I don't feel like I need to go through what I think health is, because if you and I, which we can do, but it seems pointless to me, if you and I were to discuss what we think the word health means, we would come to almost a 100% agreement on that term. So I went for the deeper implications involving, in the context of the conversation we're having, taking it further. Do you really want to go over saying what is health with each other and how much do you agree? Because it'll pretty much be 1-to-1, bro.
I think we should avoid those kind of definitive kind of things, because a lot of these things are highly subjective, right? And
I would say they're not things of themselves. It's a consubstantial relationship. It's a qualifier of something. Like you've never seen happiness walking down the street, because it's not a thing of itself. It's just a qualifier of something.
Well, these are ideas that we conceptualize in order to be able to communicate things with each other. but they could also mean different things for different people, even though conceptually it's similar or the same.
So here, okay, so look, so you and I come across in parallel universes. Matrix and I are walking down the street, and there's a $20 bill. We're on the same street, different universe. I pick up the $20 bill and put it in my pocket, and I'm happy because I can go out and buy something that I want. Matrix picks it up and goes, okay, now who's the closest person to me that this might belong to? And he goes out and he says, did you drop this? Did you drop this? Did you drop this? Like, he goes out. So, like, which of us did the better thing?
You both did good and bad things to different degrees that can only be judged by a universal understanding. And all you can base, all I can, all you can, and all Matrix can base their understanding on how good and bad as a ratio of your decisions were is based on your own ignorance and your own judgment. Now, there is a universal scale that is so complex that none of us will ever have access to that level of cognition. Now, like, when it comes to the benefit of all humanity, maybe one of you did slightly more than the other, but I wouldn't hold it against either of you because there's goodness in both of your decisions. Matrix says, hey, this is mine because this is the way the world works and there's nothing wrong with it and it benefits me, and I might spend it in a way that benefits others. I might put this money to good use. You say, or the other person says, I'm going to sacrifice my time, which is a waste of your time, unless you find someone that you can give it to that it deserves to, who will benefit in a way. Maybe losing $20 to them means nothing, and it was the better choice for you, who would put that $20 to better use than they ever would in the universal scheme of good and bad. So both of your decisions are good and bad to different degrees, but I don't know the universal scale to weigh those upon because I'm not God. But neither of you did a completely bad thing. Neither of you did a completely good thing. Neither of you did a completely bad thing.
Well, flip the situation around. What if nobody touched it at all and the person was able to retrace the steps and find it on their own, right?
The better thing to do would have been to take it and like sit there and then wait to see if someone comes looking for something. Don't prompt them by saying, hey, are you missing $20? Because that opens the avenue for them to lie, like if it wasn't the person that lost it, and say yes, and then that's creating more sin, right? So you sit there, you spend some time, wait. If they don't come in, a moderate amount of time, then take it home and do good with it, somehow.
Yeah, but guess what, Percentage? I'm a really big, muscular, intimidating looking dude. And so if I'm there guarding their dollar bill and they come back, they might see me and say, oh man, I was going to look for my $20 bill, but I'd rather keep my distance from that scary looking guy. Even though he has the best intentions, they don't know.
Bro,
and that
incognito.
$20 bill, that $20 bill,
sentry.
That $20 bill that if you left alone and walked away from with no one around it, they might find. But if they see you guarding it, you don't know if they see you or not. You don't know how well you're hidden. You don't know what angle they'll approach from.
Hold up, I didn't say just leave it there and then stand guard like a sentry. I said take it and then wait for you don't have to stay right there. You could be incognito. You could make it casual. You could look at the corner of your eye from like 100 feet away. Who knows? The point is, you see someone looking around. Someone that seems like they're looking for something they lost.
I think,
and then you offer.
Yeah, Percentage has a good point, because my thing when he said, or the other person asked people, it's like, dude, you know how many people you ask the first person, they're like, oh yeah, I totally dropped that. They would lie. But if you are hidden somewhere and you see somebody like, oh man, where could it be? Then you're like, that's the person who actually lost their money, and they know that they lost it. And then again, what he said, and if you don't see anybody that comes around after you stayed for a while, it's like, am I going to try and give this to somebody and they're going to lie about it because it's already been this long? Nobody's come to retrieve it. You can go and buy coffee for somebody or pay it forward or whatever, so that you don't feel totally guilty about taking somebody's $20.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Here's
this whole idea about doing.
Here's the counterpart. You guys might have think that you found the best idea there. And you know what, Percentage?
You're just gonna shit on my plan, aren't you?
I am, because that is great. So are all the other options. Now let me tell you how your plan goes wrong. And you're gonna call me a fucking like pessimist for saying this, but reality is unpredictable. Do any of you know the future? Hands up, speak up. Any of you know the future? That's right. Of course you're not gonna say so. I know it's metaphorical, it's rhetorical. Anyways, none of us know the future. And you can call me a pessimist, but this option exists in reality. So you go ahead and leave the $20 bill and survey it from a distance and look for the person who's looking for that $20 to be as sure as possible they're the one who.
We don't want to leave it on the ground.
You can take it. Yeah, you can take it. You can take it. You can take it and hide behind a tree and wait around for the person who comes around to look for it and looks like they're searching for something. And you're like, all right, that's the person. Now, here's the thing. They might not notice it for a week, a day, maybe never. Meaning you are waiting around, serving no one, not even yourself, trying to do a productive thing, which results in only the waste of time of yourself. While if you had picked it up, went down the road, there was someone who was in desperate need of a person like yours help, and you were kept from going down the road, being in that place, and you were kept up by wasting your time waiting for a person who would never show up, while you could have picked it up, walked down the road, or walked past it and walked down the road, and served humanity and the greater good by helping someone who really needed your help.
All right, I see your obstacle, your issue that you've risen. And I will address it. Number one,
Jesus fuck.
I said a moderate amount of time. That doesn't need to be a full day
There's
or
no
a
such
week
thing.
or whatever. I said a moderate amount. I was thinking in my head 30 minutes, an hour, right?
Yeah, there's no such thing. Someone might need your help.
Hold on, let me finish.
Someone might need your help down the road.
Let me finish, man. Let me finish. Secondly, while you're there, just checking it out from a distance, you can, be on your phone, you could be reading scripture, you could be doing something that you feel is worthwhile, something that is time well spent. You don't have to be doing nothing, you don't have to be constantly staring at it like a hawk or something like that. You could keep an eye out while multitasking. Thirdly, if something really crucial was happening just down the street, you might hear it.
You don't know.
You might not. But that's
is the overall theme of the conversation to do good for somebody else? Is that the overall theme?
We don't know.
We don't know anything. We don't even know what the good is or the bad is, or what what the intentions are, or what we will be judged on, or whatever. You can only do what you think is best as yourself, and what you decide to do is best.
Yeah, maybe someone left that $20 bill on the ground to make someone else's day, and the fact that you just pick it up and walk away and enjoy it and put it to good use, and you went around waiting around for someone who never is going to come back for it because they meant it just for you to pick up. Now you've wasted your time, and there could have been something life-saving right down the road if only you'd picked it up. I'm just saying,
you're just being difficult, man. Admit it. My course of action is the best.
Percent chance that the person might come back. There's a 50% chance.
I'll say that in everyday life experiences, your action is the one that I think a very nice, considerate person with a little bit of time to spare should choose. I think you had a very good plan. However, following your plan could have
stop there.
No, I won't. I would say I'm happy you put that into my mind, but it may have disastrous results in certain circumstances, and that is unavoidable and unpredictable at the same time. And I'm just saying, and that goes to say, you're very wise, but following that as a code of conduct that you follow every time might be to even your own death or the death of millions, because you never know.
Okay, so fundamental. Let me ask you this question: when you come to a crossroads of making a choice, how long do you spend in trying to think about all of the options?
It depends, right?
The moral implications.
It depends what sort of scenario or what crossroads I go to,
When you just get the person's ID and look them up and bring it to them.
It's not a wallet. It's a $20 bill.
Well, why don't you just get it fingerprinted or something?
Nice. I like it. Fucking detective. I like your style.
That's sunk cost fallacy
I'm going to tell you guys what most of us are going to do. We're gonna take the $20 and we're gonna spend it. Case closed.
Yeah, or you can leave it on the ground. The most viable options are either taking it to the nearest business or leaving it or just picking it up. Because even if you try to fingerprint it, there could be a bunch of fingerprints on it.
If you drop $20 on the ground, that just means to me that you ain't secure your money. You're not thinking about what you're doing.
Well, anyway, I think percentage. If a person has the time to go through percentages plan of action, I think is the most humane decision to make, while also making the most humane decision in concern for the person who lost their property might hold you back from carrying on in your life, which might have presented you with a much more impactful, situation you could play a part in. And you never know; it's unpredictable. But I do have respect for his technique.
You do good, God provides.
You you pick it up, you move to the side, you sit on a bench, and you wait for as much time as you feel appropriate to your own life without hurting yourself to see if anyone comes by looking for their money. Now, you're going to have to decide for yourself how long you wait around and keep an eye out for a person looking for something they lost. And that could be 5 minutes, that could be the rest of the day. It depends what kind of person you are, what kind of plans you got. But to take it and to keep an eye out. But here's the decision percentage that you have to think about now. When you are ready to move on and you say, I gave it half an hour, I waited for someone to come back and look for their drop money and for me to detect them based on their body language. Do I walk away with the money or do I leave my post and put the money back where I found it?
I would probably walk away with the money. And the reason is $20 isn't a lot of money, and the more time that passes, the person that lost it, once they realize, will be less inclined to revisit the location.
All right, now be honest. What if it was 20,000?
Yeah, exactly.
I would take that shit and run.
Exactly.
I would take that shit.
So either way, you're
Listen,
taking the fucking money, bro. Okay?
Shit is getting real.
Even if it is $5, I guarantee you, we're gonna take the money and leave. All that shit about waiting for somebody else. I mean, if it's a set of keys for a car, somebody might be inclined to wait or to report or to give it to the cops. But if it's money, bro, even if it isn't that, you're gonna pick it up, first of all, you're gonna look around, see if somebody's looking at you. If the coast is clear, you're gonna pick it up, put it in your pocket, and spend it. All that moral shit, all that shit is bullshit. And you guys know it.
Well, being more practical, $20,000 wouldn't just be transported in like a wad like that unless you're like a stripper. So it'd probably be in a suitcase. It's probably from a drug dealer or something like that. So it probably would be marked and traceable.
Well,
at least
we're still on the $20. But yeah, Matrix. I know what you would do now. I know what you would do.
Well, for that, you probably have to send it to the authorities.
Not what I would do percentage. Let's talk about human nature, bro. I'm trying to get.
I agree with you. Most people would do that.
Can I tell y'all a story really quick? Then I gotta mute up. Can I tell you a story really quick and then I'll mute up? I lost $500 once. I dropped a wallet out of my pocket. I was on my way to deposit cash into an ATM for rent. And I dropped $500 on the street. And I think about it almost every day, how lucky that person was. Because I know they took that money, and whether it showed them that they fucking suck with money and that they squandered it all, or if they were able to build something from it, I think that they got an experience they needed.
That's awesome.
Hey, I got an even better story. I got an even better story that I'll tell you guys in about 10 minutes. I'll come back, but I'll give you a teaser right now. There was one time I lost $250 and told everyone around me about me losing $250 and then walked out from that place with $500. I'll come back and tell you how that happened in 10 minutes.
You don't have to go so much in detail. Everybody felt bad for you. They started collecting money. They gave you $500. Yeah, that was the end of the story.
That's where I was going to too.
No, yeah, you have no idea, bro. It's an awesome story. It's an epic tale. You got no clue.
All right, we're on the edge of our seats.
Was there drugs involved?
I got to go on a walk to the store. I'm going to leave my phone at home to charge up the battery. So I'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right.
Later. I guess if the money's left with something identifiable like a suitcase or a purse, report it to the authorities because that can be traced back to a person. But
Fuck
if
the
it's just like
authorities.
wads of cash, you can't trace that very easily. At that point, you might as well just spend it, or somebody else is probably just going to spend it. I mean, it just depends.
Yeah,
Listen,
we're not
fuck
talking about
the
lots of
authorities,
cash.
okay?
We're literally just talking about like $20 or something like that. We're not talking
Right.
about if it was a bag of money. We know what we all would do.
Hold up,
Don't
real
take
quick.
the money.
Let me get this
Fuck that.
straight. Fuck the authorities. Fuck the police. You don't trust them with shit like this, man. If you have the ID, then you can do it yourself. You can, maybe you could try reaching out on Facebook or something like that, do a cursory search or what have you. And if you fail in that instance, then rely on the police and hope to God that they'll do it. But if you leave something general without like any ID or anything in the hands of the police, man, that you're a fool, straight up. I guess I should caveat that by saying it depends on whether you live in the city or live in like a small town and stuff like that. Yeah, maybe I'm projecting.
Police aren't going to return money to anybody. They're just going to keep it.
I don't think so. I don't think they will. They're human too, right? And you could argue that on average they're worse humans, but who's to say? But Lemon, you were saying?
Oh no, I was just saying if it's left with something identifiable, you can report it to the cops because there's property that can be traced to an owner. But without that, like the $20 bill is basically up for grabs. Because I did hear somebody speak about $20,000. Something like that would probably be left with an identifiable suitcase if you're carrying that amount of money, and you'd probably report that to the police, especially if it's like from a drug deal or something.
I get what Fundamental is trying to say. He was trying to make it seem like, yeah, you could do the right thing. I get that, right? If it's like what Lemonberg said, if it's like a lot of money that you might get in trouble, right? Because they're gonna trace, they're gonna find them, get a federal case. So it'll be the easier moral thing would be to give it to authorities. No $20, no $10. You don't trust them, but you don't pocket the money about.
Yeah, I don't think I'd give it to the authorities under most circumstances.
I was gonna say, like when I lost my $500 in my wallet, I also had my license, and it was really complicated getting all my identification back. I pretty much had to, do a whole lot of shit to get all that back. That would have been nice if they returned my stuff, but whatever. They got $500.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking
about
when you said
me having my identification. They got $500.
Yeah, so when you were saying like they must have done like hopefully they did something really good or whatever with the money and stuff, I was thinking, well, if your ID was with it and they didn't return it, then they're probably not the type that would do good with it, like pay it forward or something like that. But it is a nice sentiment to have.
Well, we got to be the change that we want to see. If we lose a lot of cash, we'd like for somebody to give it back as long as it has identifiable elements, with it, like a driver's license or something, I mean, that would be
change you want to see. I see what you did there.
Don't feel bad because they definitely used your money for a good cause. They paid it forward to their drug dealer. They paid it forward to the bodega when they were buying 40s. They paid it forward to the people that sell them cocaine. They paid it forward to everybody.
All I can say in terms of leaving it in the hands of authorities, like I've had multiple bikes stolen throughout my life, and they've been reported with exact serial numbers and yada yada, and I'm sure if the authorities were capable or cared enough, they would have they could have come across one of these bikes or vehicles or what have you, and heard I would have heard back for at least one. Never happened. They just don't care. They'll care less than you.
And we do live in a shitty world, but the smallest things that we can do to make the world a bit better, like returning people's shit. People don't do it when they have the opportunity. So it's like you get the world that you ultimately deserve. From the biggest things down to the smallest things, like returning somebody's shit when they've lost it with their ID or whatever. But if it's like $20, I'm picking that stuff up.
Like I said, majority of the people, that includes most of us, will look, nobody's looking, bend down, put that shit in our pocket and double rate. Double the rate you will walk.
I think me from a few years back definitely would have done that, no question.
Well, it's paying it
I
forward.
have done it, so.
It's paying it.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's paying it forward by waiting for somebody to have some sort of misfortune. And that leads to a negative world where you're waiting for somebody to slip up so you can, slip in like, I don't want to say like a vulture because I'd probably take the money too, but it just leads to a negative world, where you're waiting for somebody to fail for your opportunity. I mean, do we want to do that? I mean, if we lost our stuff, we'd be like, hey, I hope somebody returns it and, it's a good Samaritan. That would be paying it forward, having like the golden rule being paid for it as opposed to, oh, you screwed up, now your money is mine, paying it forward. You know what I mean?
You just made me think of another story.
I think there's definitely a difference between spontaneously finding $20 and kind of like looking for people to drop money. I don't think that's what we're talking about here.
Somebody dropped their iPhone 13 right outside their car, and I stopped and I stood where their cell phone was and waited for them to come out of the store rather than picking up their phone or trying to bring it to them or something like that. Or like, hey, is this your phone? Hey, is this your phone? No, I just stood there and waited, and the dude, he didn't say thank you or anything. He was just so shocked that he had even left his phone on the ground. He didn't even think to say thank you or oh shit or anything. I don't even think he was grateful that he might have got in his car and drove away, and who knows?
It's a good thing you did.
There are some interesting, people have done TikToks or whatever on this where they go around and drop money and see how people react. They have a hidden camera. It is kind of interesting to see the people that just pocket it, and then there's one with a guy in a wheelchair and he drops $100 bill, so it's to steal it from that guy. Now you're even stealing it from someone that's handicapped. So it's kind of interesting to see the people that are honest and actually return it versus the people that just pocket it.
Oh, so they actually see it falling from the dude?
Yeah, they literally, the guy's in a wheelchair and the money falls right below his wheelchair and then he wheels away. And then the people have a clear choice, whether they give it back or whether they just pocket it.
Yeah.
I think that's a different scenario entirely. When you see the money falling from the person, there's no need for you to wait for the person because you already know who the money belongs to. I think we're talking about a scenario where you just find money. You just see it on the floor.
But he was bringing something else up. Yeah, the thing that you mentioned, Gio, that scenario is that's a litmus test, a true litmus test to see if you're an honest person or not, straight up.
Let me tell you guys something. So I work in New York City. I'm pretty much in the street every day. I've probably picked up 3 credit cards and a total of around $50 off the ground, just working around here for maybe 4 months. And I realized that, you think about this stuff called jinn. You guys ever hear of jinn? It's these evil altars that can assume your body and you just confirm within yourself that you have luck and the things that are happening to you are causing you fortune, but you're actually leading yourself down a really more destructive path.
Yeah. They don't have to be within you, but yeah.
But yeah, it's true. I see money on the ground all day and I don't know what to do about it. I pick it up, dude. I don't know if I can find the guy. I don't know how long it's been on the ground.
If you apply in the Bible, there's that scripture that says, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." So that gives you the freedom to apply your own lens on it. If you're in New York City in a street and you see $20 on the ground, if that was your $20, would you expect the other guy to spend an hour to try and find you to give you your $20 back? You wouldn't. You'd think, that's not what you'd expect someone else to do. Whereas if you're walking down the street and you see $50 fall out of someone else's pocket, if that were you, you would think you would want them to pick it up and give it back to you because they know damn well it's yours. So you see how you get to apply that lens. What would you expect them to do to you? That's what you should do to them. I think that's a kind of a better way of looking at it.
I do, but I disagree with you on the first thing. If you were to drop $20 and you get home and you realize it and you retrace your steps right away, like I would hope to God that it's still there, or you know that, like I would hope it's still there. So if someone happens upon it and doesn't take it and just like or finds it and just like, hey, is this yours? When you start retracing your steps, that would be blessed, So
yeah. Yeah, I do. I know what you're saying, but it's just, I don't know if we're ever going to land on an answer that everybody's happy with. But at the end of the day, you've got to live with yourself. You've got to live with yourself and the decision you make in that moment.
Absolutely.
And that's where it's left.
You guys ready for my story?
Yeah, let's go. You buttered us up. We're ready for the toast.
Yeah. Hey, I'll give you a toast, man. This is a good ass story. All right, here you go. So I was working on a food truck and we took a gig at like an Alcoholics Anonymous, something like that, right? A gig is like a party of all the Alcoholic Anonymous like clubs around town. When it's a city, so there's like 30 different like meetup spots, right? And each of them has like 10 people. So there was like 300 Alcoholics Anonymous people who all met up in one place or one big awesome party. And I was working the food truck there that we got the gig at, and we were the only food truck. So I was working just all day long at this gig. We were making bank, and I was getting paid by the hour. And on top of that, my boss gave me like a $100 tip just because of how much work we did. Like the workflow was so fast paced, right? He's like, great job. You're awesome. Here's $100 on top of your hourly wage. And the gig we did was at a quarry that had been turned into a swimming pool, kind of. Now, the rule at the quarry, because it's literally like 200, it's like a 200-foot deep pool, right? Because it's quarry and it's full of liquid, it's full of water to the top. And so there's a rule at the quarry. You must bring a flotation device in order to even enter the quarry. You must bring a flotation device. And so I work like 10 hours just whipping out delicious crepes left and right for like 8, 7, 10 hours, something like that, right? Somewhere near 10 hours. And it's finally time. We're done serving food. We've run out of ingredients. And my boss gives me $300, right? And I knew I was going to swim after I was done working. So I put that $300 in my pocket. But then immediately after I do that, like a fool, like a goddamn fool, I go for a swim in the 200-foot deep quarry with the money in my swimming trunks pocket. So about, 11 p.m., maybe midnight that night. And by the way, everyone's invited to camp overnight. So I do. Around midnight, we're all sitting around a fire, making s'mores, cooking hot dogs. And something about money brings up and it jogs my memory. I say, oh, I was paid $300 today, and I put it in my pocket. So I look in my pocket and it's not there. And I say, oh no. Oh no. Where's my money? It's not in my pocket. I didn't put it anywhere. And I realize my money has sunk to the bottom of a 200-foot quarry. How the fuck am I ever going to get that back? Right? I mean, there's no way. You know what I mean? I can hardly handle the pressure in my ears swimming like 10 feet deep into water. There's no way I'm going to swim to the bottom of this 200-foot quarry. So I wake up in the morning. I go to sleep angry. I wake up in the morning and I say, I worked all this effort and got nothing. And I wake up and I sleep in a little bit. And I wake up in the morning and I'm like, oh, geez, man, all this for nothing. And then I realize that the rule for this quarry party was that you must bring a flotation device. So I wake up in the morning, and it turns out that all these lazy bastards who attended this party bought all these pull floaties and had left them at the quarry because they just bought them for this party and they had no purpose for them after attending this get together. So there were like 200 people who just left like in inflatable tubes, boogie boards, even paddle boards just behind, you know? And they left all these things. Some of them were giant, like the size of the size of a car almost, like ridiculous floaties. You wouldn't even imagine. People who went all out because they were rich or something. And so I say, you know what? I'm going to spend the next 2 hours walking around collecting these inflatables, and I'll go rent a stop at the a spot at the flea market, and just come with like there's literally like 200 floaties, you know, just lying around. So I collected them all with the plan to sell them at the flea market later that day. So I collect them, I stuff them in the back of my van. And in the middle, after I had picked up about 50 floaties, the ones that were worthwhile at least, you know, I see this guy Sunday morning, and he has a scuba tank and a scuba suit on with flippers and an oxygen tank and all that, guys. And I say to him, hey, bro, I know it's like a shot in the dark, needle in the haystack, but I lost $300 at the bottom of this quarry. If you see it, I'd really appreciate it if you got it back to me. And he like kind of laughed. He's like, oh yeah, like I'm gonna find $300 somewhere in this like acre wide, 200 deep foot quarry, right? It's humongous. And so I finally collect about 200 floaties, you know, like inner tube, whatever things, right? A whole assortment. And I'm about to leave. And he literally comes running up to me in his scuba flippers. He's like, hey. And guess what he fucking pulls out of his pocket? All of my money. He found all of my money and came up to me with it. And so he starts counting out. He's like 20, 40, 60, like one at a time, right? He gets to 200. And I say, the rest is yours, bro. I was ready to just accept nothing. As soon as he got to 200, I felt a feeling in me. Like, that's enough. That's all I deserve. This guy deserves a third of it, you know? He gets the other 100. Thank you so much, you amazing person, right? So he handed me back like $200 that I thought I lost. And then I had already stuffed 200 floaties in the back of my car. And so I go ahead and go through my plans, and I take them to the flea market and set up a stand. So I go to the flea market and I set up a stand on 7th Street Flea Market. It costs $10 to have an outdoor location to set up a stand. And I just lay them all on the ground on a tarp that I had in the back of my car. And I'm selling them. I sell one. I sell two. It's summer. You know, people are swimming, whatever. I sell one or two. And then this dude comes up to me and he says, I'm having a pool party soon for my daughter's quinceañera. How many you got here? I'll take all of them. And he gives me $200. So that was the time that I lost $300 and walked away with like 400 and some. That's all because
that's a crazy story, man. Like the fact that the guy found the money, dude, like all clumped together, I guess, and was able to retrieve. That's pretty nuts.
It's crazy, bro.
Because money, I mean, it would like sink and like spread out, right? Not like all clumped together.
And then I met a guy.
How'd you drop the money in the quarry? How'd that happen?
And then I met a guy who was in need of $200 worth of pool floaties. Like, what are the odds? You know, if you ask me how I lost the money, I was working a food truck all day long on the $100 edge of the
bonus.
Quarry.
I heard that part. How'd you lose it?
Yeah. So I worked for like 10 hours. He was paying me a certain hourly wage. At the end of the day, he gave me like $300 with a $100 tip. So he gave me like $200 wage, and then he gave me a $100 tip just for being an awesome employee on top of that. And I put it in. I wore my swimming trunks that entire day. I worked in my swimming trunks, and when he paid me, I walked out of the food truck with my money in the pocket of my swimming trunks. And as soon as I was done, I said hello to some friends who were there, and then I hopped straight into the quarry and went for a swim because I was so hot. Yeah. And then I stopped swimming like 4 hours later because it was getting dark outside, and when I was at a camp
for
there,
4 hours.
Yeah, it was an overnight event, and I was hot, and you know when you go to a quarry and you're having a good time, there's people, you kind of just chill in the water for a couple hours, maybe there's like diving boards, it's super deep. There was actually certain levels because it's sort of like a stair step quarry, and they actually place really interesting objects on the levels to see how far you can swim. So like there was like a car like 15 feet deep, and you could like swim down to one level where the car is parked underwater. Like go sit in the driver. Yeah, go sit in the driver's seat or whatever. It's got a skylight, so you're not like claustrophobic or anything. But yeah, whatever. I swam for like 4 hours, 3, whatever, until it got dark. And then we all got together and lit the biggest fire I'd ever seen. But then it was while I was sitting on the fire, I was like, oh yeah, I made some money today. And I finally thought about it, and I checked my pockets, and I was like, oh no, I lost $300 at the bottom of a 200 deep foot quarry. Mm-hmm. And then it just so happened that there was a fucking recreational scuba diver showing up while I was collecting the pool floaties, because I was telling myself, there is no way I worked that hard in the summer's heat, and came all the way out on this like 1 hour out of town drive for this gig, the gas money, all that, gas money, labor, the heat, the sweat, the effort, right? I was like, there's no way I'm going home losing money, right? So I was like, I'm going to pawn off this pool shit. And so I did that, and I got an extra $250.
Apologies, Fundamental. I heard this part. The only part that I didn't hear was how like you actually lost the money when you got paid. So
you know now.
You went for a swim.
Yeah, it's just crazy, bro. Like there were like 4 things that were just like beyond chance there. That I met a scuba diver, that I met a guy throwing a giant party for his daughter's 15th birthday who needed $200 worth of pool floaties, that all these people left their pool floaties, and just that that this guy was nice enough to give me all of my money back. He found it all, and he gave it all back to me. If I were the scuba diver, I would have been like, oh, you lost 300. I only found 200. Here's the 200 found. Pocketed the 300. I was like, I deserve this or something. But he was just a straight up dude. It's incredible.
Yeah, it probably had
something about. I wanted to say this, bro. Something about you wanting to collect all those floaties the day after is a big reason why you got your money back. It's kind of crazy, man.
Exactly.
You just had taking the initiative to be helpful and volunteering, even though you just took a big loss.
Uh-huh.
Oh, so you went back the day after to get the
No,
floaties?
It was open invitation to anyone who attended, that they were free at no charge to camp at the quarry overnight. And so I took advantage of that and stayed, and I brought a tent, and I had a big van at the time, so I had all sorts of camping gear and hammocks, and yeah, it was a nice time. I stayed overnight, and then I woke up in the morning like pissed off. I was just like, fuck, man, I lost all my money. But then I woke up and I was like, oh, all these lazy motherfuckers, like 200 of them left like $50 like wakeboard or the paddle boards. Like they literally left behind the ones that you stand on and have a paddle, right? Those are like stand-up surfboards. Yeah. That was a big portion of the $200 that dude gave me. I gave him 2 paddle boards and then a whole bunch of like inner tubes and stuff like that. And they were like, there was a flamingo that was like the size of a car. You could fit like 5 people on it. I spent like 4 hours just like going around deflating all of these like pool floaties that people left behind, and I was like, wow, what a bunch of wasteful motherfuckers. But it ended up paying off for me to go deflate them and pack them in the back of my van.
Damn, homie got a good deal. All that stuff for $200.
No, I got my 200. I got 200. I gave him 100 out of the 300. I got 200
I mean the
back.
other guy that bought the stuff for the quinceañera.
Oh yeah, well I I pretty much sold him 2 paddle boards for $100 total, and then gave him like every other like I said take the rest for another 100, you know, and he's like, yeah, sure. I mean, it's a pretty sick deal to get paid $100 for a bunch of abandoned like inner tubes, you know.
Yeah, you did good.
I was like $5 a pop or something. But yeah, that's one of the luckiest stories I've ever lived to, you know, tell the story of, and it restores a lot of faith in humanity. That especially that scuba diver guy who found all my money, and just the luck of it all, you know, just the luck that I would wake up and meet a scuba diver, the one my messiah, my hero. A scuba diver is the only person in the world who could retrieve my money. There's not a single other person in the world who could have helped me. And I happen to run into some recreational scuba diver who just comes to this place on the weekends to have a good time and dive underwater.
Hey, Fundy.
But how often do people scuba dive right there? Is that a common
I have no
thing,
clue.
Or,
that
right?
was my
It's
own.
like,
that was my only time at that place. That was the only time I ever went.
It sounds like a pretty cool place, to be honest. You have a car in the,
it
the water.
is. But like
exactly
I said, it's an hour out of town. Yeah, it's an hour out of town though, so it's like there's better places to swim. Even though that place is kind of cool, I mean, it's just kind of a long drive, and it costs like $20 to get in. So it's like, do I really want to spend, you know, $30 to go for a swim, $40, you know? I do want to go back there someday. I might live stream it or something.
Hey, Fundy.
What up?
Speaking of people being in the right place at the right time, I just had a crazy experience like just now. And I'm still absorbing it right now. And so that's why I jumped on here to share it with you if you want to hear about it.
I think we all do.
Yeah.
And especially, I mean, nobody else knows, but especially you, Fundy. We had a conversation earlier, so so you know about that. But even if nobody else knows about what we talked about earlier, it will still be interesting, I guess. But yeah,
Drop it on us, bro.
I just literally saved a man's life just now.
What? Go on.
Yeah, so I'm in the house. My kids just got dropped off. I'm in the house. I'm like, I'm gonna go out and sit on the porch and smoke a cigarette because I don't smoke in the house when the kids are there, obviously. So I go out on the porch to smoke a cigarette, and I see my neighbors, Steve and Vicky, directly next door, standing on their sidewalk on their cell phone. And then I look down the street, and I see the Mexicans that live on the corner, and there's like some commotion going on, and I see this dude with this like neon jacket, and he's laying face down on the steps leading up to their house. So just to give you a little background, he doesn't know
Is he being stealthy? Is he like sneaking up on them?
No. Like, he's got a neon vest on. He was walking home from work, from what I heard, and he had an inhaler in his hand, and I guess he maybe had an asthma attack or something. But he stopped at their steps. Well, he was walking down the sidewalk, walking home from work, and he stopped at these people's steps and like tried to say something to the guy because there was a guy in the yard that was doing yard work, like weed whacking, and then he just stopped and like sat on the steps and like tried to talk, but he couldn't really talk, and he just sat on the steps, but then he kind of like laid down, and so he was face down on the steps. So when
oh wow,
he was face down on the steps, like catty corner from where I live. Like you've been to my house, and so like across,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that side street right there. So that corner right there where the people live right there, that's where he was. And so I came out, seen him down there, seen my neighbors on the phone. They were calling 911, but I decided to go over there. So I'm like, okay, let me go over there, see what's going on. Because this dude, so I go over there And I know he didn't like fall or like have a back injury or neck injury or anything like that, because you're not supposed to move a person if, you know, they could potentially have. Right. But I knew it wasn't that, but he was face down, and this dude was purple, bro. He was purple, like Nurple purple, like Barney, like Barney, right? So in there, and everybody's just standing around, and the people that live there, the Mexicans, that they didn't really know what to do, and they were just standing around. So I just come over, and I like flip him over onto his back, because he's laying face down on the steps on the sidewalk, like halfway on the steps, halfway on the sidewalk going up to their house. So like I flip him over, and they're like, no, don't move him. But I'm like, I know it's not a back injury, so I know I can move him. And I'm like, I got to flip him over. So I flipped him over, and he's like purple. And so he flip him over. He's got his inhaler in his hand, right? So the Mexican lady takes the inhaler out of his hand and tries to put it in his mouth and give him, tries to give him his inhaler or whatever. But he's not breathing. His like tongue is hanging out. He's fucking purple. And she's trying to give him his inhaler or whatever. But then while she's doing that, I just start doing chest compressions. And because I'm like, okay, this is what you do. Like, so I start doing chest compressions. And then after she's done doing that, okay, now this is an old guy. So he's got to be in his like mid 60s, upper 60s, you know, like an older gentleman or whatever. And so, you know, his mouth wasn't the most. He had a full beard, like gray beard or whatever, tongue hanging out, gray beard, purple tongue, purple face. So I'm giving chest compressions, and
is he white? Is that how he was purple? Because he has like white skin, kind of.
Well, I would say I think he was Hispanic too. He was like a construction vest on, so he was pale skinned, but he wasn't European or whatever.
Right on.
Right, and so I flip him over. He's purple, tongue hanging out, full beard, not the best dental hygiene, older gentleman. You know what I'm saying? And so as uncomfortable as it was, a man has to do what a man has to do. So I've never done this before ever in my life. Today was the first time I've ever done this, and so based on what I knew.
Rough on you.
No, I know. I'm just saying. Yeah. I've never kissed. I've never put my. No, I literally have never mouth ever in my life, to keep it 100. But okay. So a man has to do what a man has to do. So I do the thing. You know what I'm saying? I plug his nose, and
you're a hero, bro. You're a straight up hero. I'm really impressed.
The best way that I know how. And his color starts to come back, or at least he's less purple or whatever. And I just keep giving him chest compressions and give him CPR like 5 to 10 times or whatever.
Did you pinch his nose shut?
Yeah. Pinch his nose.
Yeah, right on.
Mouth to mouth, breathe into his lungs or whatever, and gave him breath. He was breathing. And you could see a little movement, like he was taking a couple breaths, and then someone checked his arm and said, "Oh, I feel a pulse." So he had a pulse, and I could see like a couple breaths, and his color was coming back. And then the ambulance showed up, and then they took over. But if I hadn't done that when I did that, it's probably, I don't know, like, it would have been
game over. I just got back and I only heard some of it. So what? He like passed out, or?
Yeah, he passed out on my neighbor's steps. He had like an asthma or something. He couldn't breathe. He was purple, passed out, face down on my neighbor's steps. And I went over, flipped him over, gave him chest compressions, gave him mouth to mouth, pinched his nose, gave him mouth to mouth. As much as I didn't want to, but I had to. I just went on instinct and did what I could do, and until the ambulance got here, and they actually showed up pretty quick. I mean, I live downtown in my city, so it's not like go very far, but they did show up pretty quick. And so when they showed up, then they took over, came out, brought up the ripped his shirt open and the whole nine with the oxygen tank and all that stuff and everything. But I'm Yeah, pretty sure I saved a man's life today. So, you know, Fundy, you know what we talked about today, and yeah. So I'm kind of just
illegal. You breathe the spirit of life into into the primordial atom. From now on, you'll be referred to as God illegal, the illegal God, breathing the breath of life into man and creating life, bro.
no. I'll just change my screen name to Breath Rising.
Dude, I mean, I never feel comfortable. I never feel comfortable using this word, but I don't know a better word for it. Like, I'm proud of you, bro. Like, I'm really proud of you. Impressed, I could also say, you know? And I mean, that's incredible. And I gotta ask you, like, are you a little shooken from the experience? Because that's like pretty intense, bro. How you feeling after all that?
Sinking in right now because I was all just going off of just instinct and just not even thinking about anything. And I'll admit, you know, I had one beer, so I was kind of like, that's probably the reason why I wasn't, you know, like in shock.
Whatever. Yeah, I mean, you had to do what you had to do. I mean, your actions came from somewhere deep within yourself, you know, and it really shows what kind of person you are. Yeah, God illegal. Sorry, I forgot to call you God illegal. God illegal, man. That's incredible. And how long ago did this happen? Like an hour ago?
No, like 15 minutes ago. Like it just
15 minutes ago? What the fuck?
Like it just happened. It just happened.
Oh my gosh.
That's why it's still sinking in. It's still sinking in. And so like I said, I didn't even think about it. There was no like thought. And I was just like in a calm state. Just imagine like you see a car wreck and you have no emotional or like shock and you're just calm.
Did time slow down?
Well, I mean, not really. It was like casual. Like it wasn't like time slowed down, like in the alpha state or anything like that. Like where you're in a weird, like time slows down type of thing. It was just that I was just calm about it. I just came out to smoke a cigarette, seen some guy over there laying down, and walked over there to see what was going on. And then I just did what needed to be done and didn't think. There was no thought. Like I literally cannot remember any thought process. There was no thinking involved, but I was calm, but no thinking. It's like weird. I wasn't in the alpha state, but I wasn't thinking, and I was calm, and I just did it, and I just flipped him over, and I just did compressions, and there's all kinds of people standing around me, not doing shit.
Not doing anything. Have you taken like CPR training?
No.
Just went by gut, like what to do.
I got a question.
Well,
good old Hollywood movies.
I did what I knew the best that I could do based on movies, shit that I've seen on TV. Like I've watched, Law and Order SVU, and I've, you know what I'm saying? Like I've watched TV, and like what I've seen and what I know to do, I pinched his nose, I put mouth to mouth and breathed air into his lungs, and did chest compressions on his sternum. You know, like I think I probably actually have had CPR training. I just don't remember where I got it from, if it was in school or something. But I have had it. But I've never done it in like been in a situation where I had to do it until today. Today is the first day. My 41 years on.
You're not Canadian, are you?
Okay.
No, I was born in Indiana.
So my question is, how was he after he regained consciousness?
Well, he was breathing, so I don't know. Like he wasn't ever like conscious, like awake. Like his color came back, and he was breathing on his own. And then the ambulance came and was giving him the oxygen mask. And he, like I said, he had his color. He was breathing when they put him into the ambulance. But pretty sure that if I hadn't did what I had to do when they got there, it might not have had the same result when they put him in the ambulance.
Okay. Do you know did you feel like you broke a rib?
Well, no, I actually think I wasn't pushing hard enough. I was pushing on his sternum.
Right. Yeah.
It pretty hard. Like I was pushing on it, but I probably should have pushed harder. In hindsight, like in the moment, I was just I also know about.
I think you did enough, bro. I think you did enough. Yeah, you did
I
enough, bro. No,
I
no
think you
need
did
to
enough
say you
too.
should have done more.
Next time,
Because-
do it a little bit harder though.
Yeah, because subconsciously I know not to do it, based on what I've seen on TV and my training that I don't remember. But I subconsciously knew that I shouldn't do it too hard. Because see, here's the thing: is
if you started breathing after, then you did it right.
The training that I had, it was on a baby or a child, and so yeah, you don't want to do it too hard and break the child's sternum and do it too hard. And he's like a 60-year-old adult, but in my mind, the training that I had was with a baby or a child, so I was trying not to do it too hard. But in 2020 hindsight, I should have probably did it harder, because when I watched the ambulance get there and then they were doing chest compressions, I could see that they were doing it harder than I was doing it. But I was doing the best that I could.
Yeah,
as someone who's, go ahead.
I was gonna say, most people that have done CPR, especially on elderly patients, like in the ER and stuff, like almost every time crack a rib. Like almost every time a rib gets cracked. So
Right, that's what was in my mind. I was trying not to do it too hard. But anyways, I got him breathing, like he was taking breaths.
Good man.
I was, so I figure, okay, he's taking breaths.
Yeah, especially if he wasn't breathing before, and then he started after.
Yeah.
He did that,
He was
then
Barney.
He did something. Obviously.
When I flipped him over from when he was on his stomach and I flipped him over, he was Barney purple. And then
man.
Yeah, you did it right. You did the right thing.
Yo, thank you for being a good example of thinking on your feet and not thinking twice and hesitating and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, no panicking or anything too. So people just freeze up, huh? They're just staring. They don't know what to do. Huh?
Yeah, everybody else was literally froze up and or knew what to do. They did, but most of them just didn't know what to do.
Yeah. I'd say the biggest positive thing you did was flipping him over. Because when you're on your stomach and on your chest and stuff, your ribs are being weighed down. You can't expand it, especially if you're an elderly person. You don't got as much muscles there. So the fact that you flipped him over onto his back and made it easier for him to breathe, that probably did the majority of the work. So good man. It didn't really make sense to me, especially for the Mexican neighbors that owned the house, not to move him because I don't know, man.
If I hadn't come out of my house, I don't think they would have moved him at all. They would have.
He probably would have died. Yeah.
Good
for you, man.
Wow, man.
Ambulance got there, and he might not have made it. I'm the one that came over, flipped him over, and did everything else. And yeah, they might have just left him there face down until the ambulance got there because they didn't know what to do. There was literally like almost 10 people standing around. Not
to mention his face might have been smothered with him being face down and stuff. So definitely flipping him over. That that was a good thing you did.
Hey, I just want to tell you, Illegal. Me and Electric and Brett were talking earlier about writing a story together, and we were trying to think of qualities of a hero and how heroic and circumstances that our hero could be placed in, and that's one of those archetypical. I mean, it's literally like one of the first things in the Bible, right? God breathing the breath into man, and giving him life. Like that's like almost the most heroic thing ever. Like doing CPR and like reviving a man from the edge of death with your own breath. I mean, it's amazing. And as far as the sternum goes, as someone who's broken their sternum before, I would really appreciate if you could do CPR on me without reopening those wounds, because breaking your sternum fucking sucks. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure. Usually they don't. Usually you don't break a sternum though. It's a rib. A rib or two gets cracked.
I can't get over the fact that while you were explaining
like the science of that stuff is that story was happening. That's crazy.
You guys were talking about it as he was giving birth to some guy.
He was literally saving someone's life on impulse after you were talking about what is the cause of this. Like, this shit just blows my mind.
No, who was talking about what? Are you saying 15, like a half hour?
Andy, you were talking about like the
breath of life.
workings of consciousness and what causes us to act on things. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, that was a private conversation between me, Electric, and Bread earlier on a different server. But yeah, it is a little bit synchronistic, pretty crazy. But I mean, let's all not forget to refer to God Illegal as God Illegal from now on, because he breathed life into a man.
I'm not going to do that, with all due respect.
Oh, come on, he deserves it.
Nah, there's only one God.
And hey, Fundy, I'll press on your sternum, but I'm not giving you mouth to mouth as much.
Actually, nowadays,
we'll see.
In the huge majority of cases, they say don't do mouth to mouth. It's not beneficial. It's actually more beneficial to focus on compression. The only times that it is more beneficial to do mouth to mouth is when the person, passed out because of breathing difficulties, and they didn't have that, like their oxats aren't where they should be. They don't have enough oxygen in their blood. So it was a good thing that you did it in that circumstance.
Yeah, I think the person Illegal saved. I mean, I'm sorry. I think the person that got Illegal saved was primarily having breathing issues fundamentally.
Yeah, that's I think that thing that he did it in that circumstance. But regularly, CPR, now they say compression only.
Yeah, he had an asthma attack, couldn't get to his inhaler fast enough. It was in his hand, but he didn't get it. Passed out on the steps. And because of that, then the breath was the most important thing in that situation. That
if you're the type of mofo, right? If you're the type of mofo who like literally carries around an inhaler, right? Then breathing issues is your issue. That's like your main problem there.
Pretty safe bet.
Yeah, pretty safe bet if you're someone who carries an inhaler with them at all times.
And it's literally in your hand. That's movie material right there.
Yeah, exactly.
He's stretching. It falls just like 2 inches out of reach, and he's stretching with his last breath. He just can't reach it.
My inhaler. Yeah.
Hell, he's trying to yell for help. Oh man.
Oh boy.
We gotta save a life. Illegal. Attaboy.
Good job, bro. Wow, so recent. I can hardly believe that it's only like 20 minutes ago. Like this story that you've told us is literally only like 20 to 30 minutes ago. It's crazy, bro. That here you on Discord telling us all about it so soon after. But I mean, I get why. Like, we're your bros.
Yeah, like I had to. And like how we were talking about earlier when you were giving me the compliments, I won't say what the compliments were and how I'm humble, and so it's hard for me to take such high praise from you. It's kind of like the same thing, because after it happened, my neighbors Steve and Vicky were giving me all these props and praise, and the Mexican family was giving me all these props and praise because they didn't know what to do. They were all standing around. And so they were thankful that I came over and did that. And they're giving me all this praise. And I'm just like, I don't know what to do with it. So I had to get on Discord with you guys that I know you would understand, to kind of get it out and kind of absorb what just fucking happened. Like literally in real time just fucking happened. I had to come on here because I knew you'd be on here and share it with you, because it was mad awkward to have my 10 people literally called me a hero. And I'm like, and I'm surrounded by old people. Both my neighbors on both sides of my house are old, like in their 60s and 80s. And so they're like, oh, it's good to know that we have you around in case something happens to us. You're fixing our plumbing and mowing our lawns for free and fixing our toilets. And if we pass out and we know we have you next door, that can save our life. And like, I'm getting all this shit. I'm like, I don't know what to do with that. I'm just like, you're welcome, I guess. I'm just being me. I'm just trying to.
I got a question for you, bro. I got a question. Do you think let's call him John, the guy who was having trouble breathing, right? That you saved. Do you think John is gonna like track you down and like come like give you a bouquet of roses or something sometime soon? Do you think he even knows how to find you?
Well, I don't know. I don't necessarily. Well, I don't think. I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't. Like
I would give half of my bank account.
I don't
I would give
expect
I would give half of my bank account to the man who saved my life. You know, like just thank you. You know, or something like that. You know.
Okay, I found my words. I don't expect him to, but the police officer, when the ambulance showed up, also police officers showed up, and so they asked me for my information. So I gave them my name, my address, my phone number, and so the police have my information. So if he wanted it and asked for it, he could probably get it, and he could contact me to express his appreciation. Will he?
Right
I don't. Do I expect him to? Or think he should? Not really.
He was passed out. He probably doesn't even know.
No, but I'm saying
Right?
after the fact, he could be like,
Well, that's somebody tells them like what happened. Yeah.
He'll be told about it though.
Yeah. Then yeah.
He could be like, what happened, and get that information off the police officer, and so he could contact me. And so if he does that, I wouldn't be surprised, because I would also like to thank the person that saved my life. But I don't. But so he has. It's possible that could happen. That he could contact me and be like, "Yo."
Yeah,
I'd expect
he might be busy nursing his broken ribs, but
no, I didn't break his ribs.
But they did.
I was.
They did though. Damn ambulance.
Yeah, but he could get.
Bro.
But at the same time, the police might be like, "Oh, we can't give you that information. That's personal information or whatever." Unless he said, "Oh, do you mind me sharing this information?" He wrote it down in his little notepad, and I don't know if they're legally allowed to give that information to the patient or the person or whatever. But if he does or doesn't, I'm sure he appreciates it, and I didn't do it for him to, I didn't do it for that, so I don't need that. But if he does, that would be cool, and he could maybe be potentially a lifelong friend, because he has more life because of me.
Yeah.
So we could potentially be lifelong friends from here on out if the police are legally allowed to give my information to him. But if he doesn't, I understand. Yes, what's up,
Yeah,
Art?
man.
Is it still is the game still in there? No. Oh. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not sure if I want to tell a related story that went the opposite way. Like I had an experience that didn't turn out so well. I'm not sure that's like kosher for YouTube, you know? So I'm just gonna go ahead and not tell it, you know. Maybe DM me it, you know. I just don't think it's appropriate, I guess, for YouTube on Gio's, YouTube channel. Probably not for the best. But I'm just saying though, guys, sometimes someone comes to you and you're like, someone's in trouble, then you get there and it's like, sorry, it's too late, and it's kind of a whole sort of situation when you arrive on the scene. It's like, oh well, I'm not even gonna try mouth to mouth. It's yeah.
Right. Like a car accident, and you try and do something, and you can clearly tell that it's way past that point.
It's way past. Yeah, the expiration date has happened months ago. It's rotten and moldy at this point. Yeah, don't even try to eat that food.
Shout out to Don. That's tough.
Yeah, yeah, it is tough sometimes, which makes it all the more glorious, God Illegal, that you were there, on the porch, right, smoking a cigarette. That's why I'll advocate cigarettes, because they get you outside patrolling your neighborhood, watching for trouble, and there you were, witness this event.
Hey,
Man,
and
good job, bro.
I never knew the definition of Maverick until I smoked Maverick cigarettes, and then for whatever reason I looked up what the fuck does Maverick mean. Like, I've heard that before. Like, we got Top Gun 2, which is Tom Cruise as the Maverick, and I haven't seen it yet, but I'm going to. And the guy at work, Landon, that I work with, was like, you should watch Maverick, or I'm sorry, the new Top Gun movie, and see what personal synchronicities are in there, because I shared with him, because I looked up the definition of Maverick, and when I read the definition of Maverick and it described me perfectly, I was like, okay, that's perfectly fitting. And I actually shared that in general chat in the Sing Tank, but you didn't really respond to it. So I was actually going to text you, Fundy, and ask you about your thoughts on the whole Maverick thing. But the definition of Maverick,
it's a cool word. I'm aware of that word. It's a really cool word, bro. It's awesome definition.
Yeah, like, it fits perfectly, and I'm like, okay, that syncs up.
Yeah, and it actually has two different definitions, and both of them are really cool as far as nouns go. So, I mean, do you wanna define it, or do you want me to just read up? I pulled up on Google. Do you want to go ahead though?
I mean, if you have it right now, go ahead, because I would just have to pull it up. So if you have it already, go ahead.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's such a cool word. I mean, if someone calls you a maverick, like, I would consider that a compliment, right? Like, a really good compliment, in fact. You know what I mean?
I would too. Yes, absolutely. It describes me perfectly, and so I was like, wow, that syncs up.
Mm-hmm. And so it says number one, an unorthodox and or independently minded person, right? So a free thinking, unique being who's very what do you call it, like, wholesome within themselves, in and of themselves, very, like, substantiated in and of, like, their own being, like, just like very independent and unique in themselves, just awesome, just like just a cool guy, just a cool, unique sort of person. And then a really interesting second definition is an unbranded calf, right? So, like something that hasn't, like a calf that hasn't been, like, branded with one of those hot pokers, like, into their skin, right?
Right.
An unbranded calf, which is, again, sort of like maybe a standout calf amongst the other ones, right? Everyone else, like, has this, like, label, a title, some sort of thing that they're defined by, but this one is undefined, unsigned, unsignatured, just a free calf that isn't, like, set to be something, isn't labeled. It's whatever it wants to be, in a sense, in that case. And then as an adjective, if you want to say, like, it's a real maverick sort of house, or something like that, when it just comes to describing or that's a real maverick way of thinking, or something like that. It says and just basically unorthodox, not conforming to social norms, I would say, is, like, the definition of unorthodox. Like, separate from social norms and normalities and conventions and standards, just going your own way, singing to the beat of your own drum. It's a really cool word. It's a very cool word. I don't know how to etymologically break it down at all, though. I'm not sure I understand one single relationship the word maverick has to any other word, but I'll tell you what, it really rolls off the tongue. It sounds cool, like the kid at your the kid at your high school or whatever, and his name is Maverick. You're like, oh, that's the cool kid. He's a pretty cool guy. There's Maverick over there,
Right.
I knew a kid, and legitimately, he was the coolest kid there, and his name was Orpheus. And you know what? Maybe here's a really strange thought I've had. The name your parents give you might actually have a profound influence on the way your life goes. You ever thought about that?
Yes, of course I have, because you thought about it, and so we're the same. And of course I've thought about that. Yes, the name that your parents have given you dictates or is synchronistic to who you are and how your life turns out, and or like what kind of person you are, or like it syncs up. Like it's always crazy to me when I ask people, like, if they know what their name means, and they don't know what their name means. But I guess that's because my name is unique, so it's unique to me, and so I know what it is. And so maybe somebody with an average name or a common name doesn't look into it because it's common. And so, so I guess that explains that. But yeah, I totally understand that it doesn't make sense that.
Well, I know you gave your kids like really cool names. Like, that's my opinion, anyways. I think the names you chose for your kids are like badass names, dude.
Yes, sir. It couldn't be John and Jane, that's for sure.
Right. Adam and Mary, Emily and John, yeah.
Like, I understand my kid's mom didn't want to name my son Diami Jr. Like, I get that. Like, I understand. but it's not gonna be Steve. That's for sure. My son is not gonna be named Steve. My son's name is Ari. Ari.
Well, you can keep that to yourself probably for the.
That's okay. I don't give a fuck.
All right. Well, that's okay if you don't give a fuck. I'm just
the whole thing. I'm not gonna go through the whole thing, but just as my son, as an example, his name is Ari, which means lion and eagle in different languages, and it all syncs up, and it all syncs up perfectly.
Did you say eagle?
No, his name is Ari. It means, okay, so my online name is illegal. That's my DJ and producer name. And the reason it's illegal is because my name is Diami, and Diami means eagle. So illegal. And so that's why I spell it differently. But Ari in German means eagle, but in Hebrew it means lion. And his mom is a Leo. So his mom is a Leo lion, and I'm the father eagle. So I call him my little griffin because he's half lion, half eagle.
That's cool, man. That's what's up.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good, bro. A blending of the both of you so perfectly. It's amazing. Yeah.
Yep. And I didn't even pick the name Ari. His mom picked the name Ari.
Oh, wow. And then even better.
And then I figured out the meaning after the fact. That's what I'm saying.
That's like, how it goes.
This wasn't like contrived to be that way. It just worked out that way. That's
well, you know what, bro? I lost $300 in a 200-foot pool of water, and then I woke up and met a scuba diver. So life is just fucking funny like that sometimes. How perfect the Messiah comes to fucking save you from your mistakes. It's crazy like that, you know?
Yep. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It works
beautiful.
out. Yeah, and that's that water though. The crazy part about your story is the water part, and then everything we talked about earlier today about water syncs up.
Yeah, man. We all gotta maybe meditate. I'd advise it anyways. You don't gotta, but I'd advise everyone to ponder on the concept of water, because I think it will result in insights and outsights and profound realizations and epiphanies. Just this water thing, guys. It's something special. You know, I don't think I need to say it out loud because I know you all know this, but just for someone among us to say this out loud, guys. Water, it's like it's a special thing, guys. Like honestly, it's a really special thing in this whole in this whole situation we find ourselves in.
Oxygen we breathe, the breath of life, and water. It's water and air. Air is just like less dense water. Like we're fish living in just like air and oxygen. Yeah, like it's air and water, like the whole water air thing. You already know, Fundy. I'm not going to go through it, but like the whole air water thing is a thing that permeates through my whole family and through the whole world.
Do you guys want to see a possum, a baby possum?
Is it playing possum?
All right, I'm gonna turn my camera. I'm gonna try to show you this baby possum. My camera doesn't seem to be working. Okay. Oh, whoa, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh, he went through the fence. I'm gonna try to sneak up on him. I'm gonna turn my flashlight. Oh, it won't turn on. I won't have the camera on. Do you see him? Do you see him?
Yeah, we see him.
Hi, little possum. Hi, little possum on the other side of the chain link fence. Yeah, I'm right here. Come on, camera, focus. Oh, there he goes. He's running away.
You feed him at all?
I fed his parents, which resulted in his birth, but I haven't had any food around the house that is appropriate for a baby possum. So I haven't fed him. But if I come home with some leftovers that are appropriate for a possum's diet, I will definitely like leave it in my backyard, because he pretty much visits every night. This is like I think he sleeps in a hole, kind of like on the other side of the fence. He has a sort of burrow. So next time I have something that I could leave there for him, I will. Yeah. But I fed his parents a lot of food before. Oh, hey, by the way, can you guys get a mic check to make sure something weird happened? Can I get a mic check real quick?
Yeah, you're good.
So I just want to tell you guys that you kind of saw my backyard porch a little bit here just now, and my girlfriend in the same area I just showed you was sitting in the chair I'm sitting in right now. It's like a four-legged chair, sort of like a lawn chair type thing. And just about 3 days ago, she was sitting in this chair and just, smoking a cigarette, drinking a beer, just having a good time, relaxing, total calmness, right? And then out of nowhere, around, let's say, 6 p.m., right? Around 6 p.m., a fucking gopher, like a full-fledged adult gopher, just slowly walks through her legs, right? Like, have you guys ever seen a fully grown gopher?
No, can't say I have.
4 feet? That's pretty huge.
Including the tail, I'd say it's about 3 feet long. Right?
Okay.
Its body is like 1.5 feet long, and its tail is about 1.5 foot long. You know, so overall it's like 3 feet long or so. And it's kind of like a porcupine, just a little bit, right? Just a little bit, because it's kind of got this sort of quill nature to it. Like its hair is very hedgehoggy, very like sort of like spiky in the way it like protrudes. It doesn't lay flat like a nice smooth cat fur or dog fur. You know, it's sort of like prickly looking. You know. But it just slowly like brushed against her inner leg, right? And then it just like burst out of like her legs as she was sitting. And it's actually this gopher is actually like, I think it's like having, what do you call it? A timeshare, you know, where like you and someone else pay for the same property. I think the possums and the gopher around here are like living in the same burrow in my backyard, and they just like switch off every other day or whatever. Because I've been seeing both of them like kind of sleeping and like, chilling around here. But it's pretty cool. He's kind of new. I think he kind of like discovered this area recently, because I've been living here for a while and I've never seen him before. But he's been spending a lot of time around here recently. But it's been really fun, honestly. And oh, by the way, there was this tree trying to grow, right? This sapling tree. It was trying to grow in my backyard. And then, you know, I come back here one night after work, and I notice all of the leaves of this tree that's about it's about a 4 foot tall tree. All of the leaves of this 4 foot tall tree that had, let's say, like 80 to 100 leaves on it, they're all gone. So I think it was the gopher who like picked every single leaf off this tree and ate it, because they're all missing. I don't know if gophers eat leaves, but that's my best guess.
I don't know either, to be honest. I kind of thought they ate like insects and stuff, but they probably eat leaves too.
Yeah, but I mean, the way the tree looks, it just seems like really deliberate. You know, like an animal ate the leaves off of this tree. You can just kind of tell by the way that like so much is unharmed. The only
or
thing
a human
is the leaves.
The plot thickens.
Yeah, or a human, but I'm pretty sure I'd bet on it being the gopher that ate all the leaves off of this sapling. There's also squirrels all around, you know. Like I would say, you know, I sit in my backyard almost every night, and I'd say the animals I see are some possums, and now I see a gopher. I sometimes get a close-up look at some eagles and some like what do you call it? The scavenger ones that eat the dead ones. The not sparrows. Vultures. Yeah, vultures. In my backyard, I see gophers, possums, vultures, pigeons. What do you call the really
what?
What's up, guys? What's up?
Yo.
Yo, you listening to LA Leakers though?
What's that?
You listen to the LA Leakers?
No.
No, I've been having some dope freestyles on there. The game went on there, killed it.
No, I haven't been. I've been sleeping on that. Who else was on there? Like big names.
Guy Simba, this new guy Simba, he's nasty. He freestyle over the Uchiwali beat. It was fire, bro.
Uchiwali.
Yeah, it was dope. He killed it.
Y'all check it out.
What's new though? What's good? What you been doing?
Not much, just chilling. You know, life is good. How about you?
Nice. Me too. Life's good, bro.
Praise God. Uchi wali wali, uchi bang bang, uchi wali wali.
He killed it over that beat. Then he kept saying in like the middle of his verses, he's like, "Yo, I'm top 5 on the West Coast," and that guy Simba. Then the game went on and fucking ripped him in a few bars. He was like, the game was like, "You call yourself Simba, you learn from Mufasa. Now I understand you think you're nice and you try things, but if you say you're better than me, then you're the Lion King." Disney bars, bro. Killed him with Disney bars. But the game's shit was tight though. He got a new album coming. I think it dropped today. Say the 12th.
Yeah.
Yeah, his new shit should have dropped today. He kept saying August 12th. Yo, the game's dope, bro. He says West Coast words, but he says it in the East Coast way. I can't really explain it.
Is it this one here, like 2 weeks ago almost?
What, Simba or the game?
The game.
Yeah, probably like 2 weeks.
Simba's is when? Like a year ago?
I'm not sure. It's asking my NBA. I think it was. It
Yeah,
might have
it
been a
says
year.
a
I'm
year
not
ago.
sure. Yeah, it could have been. Yeah.
I'm gonna watch them both.
Yo, watch them both, bro. They're dope. But you know me. If I tell you to, somebody, some shit's good, bro. It's good. You know what I like.
Yeah, you got good taste.
Yeah, bro.
You'll be back in a bit.
Yo.
Somebody over there?
Oh, okay. Felt like someone
Yo,
was
what up?
Oh, sorry. Is my mic still on?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Sorry. I'm talking to my neighbor.
What's up? Sorry, my phone died earlier accidentally. But I'm back. Gotta love that water, guys. Drink it up. That sweet ambrosia.
Tell you what you gotta do for your phone, bro, is get a fucking battery case. Dude, my phone never dies. I got 3 battery cases. If the shit
Oh,
gets
that's
low, I
cool.
just pop. Yeah, bro. It's like a whole case with the battery in it. Dope.
Mm-hmm. Righteous. Straight up, yo. That's cool. Yeah, why not, right? I mean, it's just a little bit of a sacrifice of size, but like it's worth it, of course.
Yeah, it's not even that much size. You can get thin ones. You get like ultra thin ones, and it's like the same size as like a case. It just makes it a little bit thicker.
Yo, Jeremy, were you here to hear Illegal's story about him saving his life earlier?
Yeah, I heard it.
Cool. Oh, that was crazy. You ever saved someone's life before?
Yeah.
Oh, no way. Tell me about it.
One time, this girl was ODing in a parking lot in the mall. I rushed her to the hospital. I mean, not actually with my own. Well, yeah.
Wow.
Got her, and then my one time, my man almost got ran over by a motorcycle, and I pulled him out the street just in time.
Oh, cool. You know, that reminds me, I witnessed something a couple of days ago. I was riding one of those scooters they put those electric scooters they put around town in certain areas, you know, and you like pay by the minute. So
yeah, that's crazy. They're go ahead.
Yeah, I was riding one of those because recently my car got hit, and I need a way to get to work, right? So been riding one of these scooters to work and back home from work because my car got hit recently, which is unfortunate for sure. It was a parked car, right? I was inside of a building and it was parked outside, and someone hit it literally while it was parked and I was inside. So like they're gonna pay for it and all. So it's all good, but still it's like, come on, you know. But so I've been riding a scooter home from work, and it pays by the minute. It costs by the minute, right? So I got a certain distance back home from work, and I was like, you know what? I'll just walk the rest of the way. You know what I mean? Like I'll take it. I won't take it from work to home. I'll walk a little bit out, like away from work. I'll hop on the scooter. I'll ride like 60% of the way, and then I'll walk the rest of the way. So I park the scooter off. I end my ride and park the scooter at this crosswalk, and I look across the crosswalk that has like a red hand sign to it, like "Don't walk," right? The "Don't walk" sign. And on the other side, there's this couple that are also on scooters, just like me. I just ended my trip though, and they decide they want to cross the crosswalk, even though it's not their turn to cross it, you know. And they go for it, and this car just nails them. And the car was all in the right? The car did nothing wrong. These idiots tried to cross the road when they shouldn't have. And it was so crazy. The way it laid out, is kind of like, it was like about 2 feet in front of my like body, like, you know, like I like about 2 feet in front of me as I was waiting for the light to turn for the crosswalk. These idiots, this couple of idiots on a scooter just got nailed by a sports car, like just a couple feet in front of me. The thing that really stuck with me most was the sound of the impact. You know, it was such a visceral sound, like a crunch of the scooter and their bodies like hitting the bumper. It's absolutely insane, bro. Like it's the stuff of nightmares, you know.
That's crazy, man.
Yo, how much is it a minute?
Story about saving someone's life, but I don't know if you guys are gonna agree with everything that happened in this story.
Yeah, what's up?
Let me get to this store and order my food, and I'll be at rest.
I was just gonna say that like I wanted to warn either the car or the people on the scooter, and it all did happen like they say, like in slow motion. Like it felt like such a long, slow motion played out thing where I was like, I see the scooter people coming. I see the car coming. I understand that they're going to clash. But somehow there just wasn't enough time, even though it felt like an eternity, you know, that I just saw it coming. There still somehow wasn't enough time to say anything to anyone. Like, look out, stop. Like, you know, it was just one of those situations where it plays out in slow motion, but all you can do is watch. You're like, oh shit, yep, they're coming. That car's gonna hit them. They're about to get fucked up. Here it comes. And you have all the time in the world to like understand that much, but you don't have enough time to stop. Like, because it wouldn't even serve a purpose to say stop at this point. You know, it's just it is what it is. This is gonna happen no matter what. And then crunch, that crunch, bro. That crunch, guys. It's horrible. What a horrible fucking sound. Man, it's crazy. But it happens all the time. I know that though. I know that, like, I saw a car hit some people riding a scooter, one of these stupid scooter things, right? Yeah, I bet this shit happens at least once a day somewhere in the world, probably multiple times. You know, I'm sure like the death rate has gone up since these scooter things have been implemented in cities, just because of all these idiots, you know, not looking left and right.
Yeah, you're probably right here in America. Have you ever seen the video of like, I don't know where it was, India or something, like an intersection in India where they don't have any traffic lights and everybody's going
seen it.
direction and nobody hits anybody? Have you seen that like sped up video like that?
No, never seen it. Sounds amazing though.
Man, it will blow your mind. It's like in India or whatever, and there's no like 4-way light stop sign, 4-way stop, no sign signal. It's just 4 lanes of traffic, left to right, up and down, north, west, east, south, and they're all going, but nobody hits anybody, and they're all like going through each other, and there's no light to do, but nobody hits anybody, and it all flows. And it's like hypnotic to watch. It's like popping pimples.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I got a kind of out of the box question to ask you guys that you're not authorities on, so it's strictly opinion, and it's also like hard to even have an opinion on, because I don't have an answer, like not even one bit.
Ask the fucking question. Stop talking and ask the question.
you know me. This is how I'm always like. It's just who I am.
I know,
But
and I'm
yeah,
the only one,
I know.
only one
You
that's
tell me to
allowed.
check myself.
Shut the fuck up, and I'm the only one that's allowed to do that. So shut the fuck up and answer the question.
So ask the question, you mean? But yes, I'll do that.
Yeah.
So it's like, guys, they tell us that there's like approaching 8 billion people in the world. But I don't know if you do, but if you do, tell me, apply any skepticism to that. Do you have any opinion of how many people are alive right now?
Yeah, I know. I've heard this theory before about how there's a lot less people on the earth than they say there are.
I've no clue, bro. I've no clue.
I don't either. I don't either, but I like to entertain theories and try and fact check. It's like, unless you can do a head count and you just have to trust the numbers that you're given and assume that you're true. So it's really hard to fact check. But I do think maybe, well, even with the numbers that we're given and we assume those are all true, the amount of land and available space that you can fit, like there's plenty of space. Like, we got plenty of room, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wasn't asking anything like your opinions, because I already know your opinions on the whole psyop of overpopulation propaganda. Like, there's too many people. The world can't support 8 billion people. It's like, well, even by your numbers, there's a very simple system in a very small location. Everyone could live in America. The humans could live in Texas, and all of the rest of America could be dedicated to be farmland to feed us.
Right, yeah. Like all of America can fit in Texas, or even more than that.
Every human given an acre to themselves. Every human given an acre of property to own themselves currently could fit within Texas. And that means the rest of America could be farmland to feed those people.
That's crazy.
And then America literally is like a tenth of the size of Africa. A tenth of the size of just Africa, And
because the map all fucked up.
Yeah.
They draw America bigger than it actually is, quote unquote.
Yeah, and if we wanted to take, if it was a problem that serious of a problem, I'd say, you know what, I'm with you. I'm on team, and not that I think this is an appropriate title, but just to put it into these words, if it really were the case, sure, I'm on team overpopulation. Do something about it. And I say, okay, well, explain how we could do something about it. And I explain what the problem really is, and break down to me, how we could dedicate more land on Earth, because
hey, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird how they say that we're overpopulating, but the birth rate is at an all-time low. Like, we're not having as many babies on average as
well.
Here's
the thing, bro. Go ahead.
No, I was done.
All right. Well, here's the thing. There being people doesn't mean anything besides there being people. So if you say there's 8 billion people, that doesn't inherently mean that there's a problem. All that it means when you say there's 8 billion people in the world, all that it means is that there's 8 billion people in the world. That isn't a positive or negative statement. That is just a numerical declaration, and that situation can be handled properly or handled improperly. So what they're saying is that there isn't overpopulation issue, there's a resource allocation and distribution issue. All that we're worried about, even if there is this many people, is just worrying. All that they're worried about is being able to support this many people, which means there needs to be a system in place to support this amount of people, which might need, which might, demand, for a survival sense, a system in place to support 8 billion people. Now, is it really that hard, though? That's the question. Is it really that hard to easily provide for 8 billion people, given the vast, plentiful land of the earth for them to live upon? And I don't think 8 billion people is all that big of an issue to support the life of, and the diet, if you want to call it the diet, of 8 billion people. I don't think that's an issue at all. I think it's a pretty simple thing to take care of if you put your mind to it.
Okay, I agree with you, but can I give you a different perspective? It's not a contrary perspective, because I agree with everything you just said. But can I also give you well, I guess I would say, can I add on to what you said?
Well, you don't need to ask me anything. Go ahead and tell me.
I'm just using my manners as traditional men.
I respect that, God illegal.
Yeah, I just got to be a traditional man, and it's a respect thing. So I know I don't need to. I could have just said what I had. I have to ask you. Okay. So, okay, I agree with everything you just said, but at the same time, could they be manipulating the numbers of what the population is?
Well, yeah.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
If we subscribe to the idea that there's actually a lot less people than they say there are, because we don't really have the ability to confirm it, we just have to take their numbers and say they're accurate.
It's tough. Yeah, it's tough.
So, what if they manipulated the amount of people on Earth to coincide for their math, for the economy, from an economy-based standpoint? Like, we got this, how many $1 trillion debt, and we print money and all this, cryptocurrency. We got all this money, economics, whatever. So what if they, assuming you subscribe that they do manipulate the amount of people that are on the earth and think there's way less, what if they increase the amount of people, like even by 1 billion, like maybe they're, what is it, 9 billion now or whatever, 8 million?
8.
Okay, 8. So let's say it's actually 7, but they added another billion onto the population so that the math will work out, and so the fucking economy doesn't crash and the stock market doesn't crash, and their whole bubble, to keep the bubble from bursting and all that type of shit. So I agree with everything you said, and also they could be totally lying about the number of people and just changing the number so that the math works. But that's not the actual amount of people that are on this earth.
Yeah, and so you involved two things. You mentioned two things to be skeptical of: the population number and the nature of the world economy. And when it comes down to economies of any scale, we're told there's some nuance about projections and opinions and foresight and predictions that people have in certain areas. But we've always been told from the day we're born, the most important factors of the economy on any scale is based around the principles of supply and demand, right? Supply and demand rules the economy. Now, I witnessed America, alongside other countries to even a large degree, shut their businesses down for like 8 months straight minimum. And the effect that should have had, very obviously impacting like my life and everyone's life, it's not there. Like, you shut down the world, there should be a much larger, like immediately visual and recognizable impact that should have had if the world were based on supply and demand. And adding on to that, there is a concept that has been pushed on generations older than my own that my parents and my uncles were all told about how to view, taught in their economics class, right? They were taught about something referred to as just in time financiality, that the system that we're involved in, it's sort of a fear tactic, right? There's all sorts of fear tactics they use, propaganda, fear propaganda to keep people in a sort of, like scared state of emotion, right? But all sorts of people older than me, maybe you a little bit experienced this. They were telling you that if one thing fails in the economy, then it'll have like an exponential trickle related fractal effect on everything else. That if one thing fails, everything is gonna suffer hard. Now,
House of Cards.
House of Cards. Yeah. You take out the corner card, and the whole thing starts crumbling exponentially, just in time. Yeah, and I mean, I feel like that notion has to just be thrown completely out the window. The economy, the world economy, even the national or even local economy, does not work on the principles they've told us and explained to us how it works. Because for all the shutdowns they've done, it doesn't seem like there's the necessary consequence that should have resulted from all the lockdowns and shutdowns they did to result in the necessary consequence that I was expecting to see due to these things,
But there was a consequence, right? You heard about the consequences, about the supply chain and things being on back order. Like, you saw the effect of some.
I'll tell you two things. I'll tell you two things I noticed.
Are you saying you don't think all these things are connected together?
Oh, in my opinion, all is one. Everything's connected and related. So, I'm with you there. Like, I don't doubt that. But it doesn't operate. What I'm saying is that the economy doesn't operate on the principles that I was taught it operates on.
Specifically?
Specifically supply and demand. The notion that the highest principles. Go ahead.
You're arguing against supply and demand?
Pretty much, but I'll put it this way real succinctly. I was told that the world economy, the trade networks, the financial districts, everything when it comes to business on the largest scale fundamentally boils down to a supply and demand, like teeter-tottering balance that will adjust in accordance to each other. Now, I saw so many things get shut down that should have an effect on the supply and the demand. Yet the world around me, and as far as everyone I know, didn't change to the degree it should have. Like the economy, after what we just went through with COVID, with all the shutdowns, the economy should have literally broken into pieces and just like dissolved. Like, you can't shut down this many businesses.
The way they tell you it works, you're saying that it should have been way worse than it was if it is how they say it is.
Yeah, and I know there was lots of businesses that fired all their employees, lots of hospitals that like fired all their nurses, all these people.
Had a bad effect. You're just saying it should have been way worse. Not that it wasn't bad. Way worse if it worked the way that they tell us it works. You're saying it's,
exactly. Yeah, the necessary consequences. Yeah.
It's not. You're saying it's connected, but it's not that connected that we can't work something out. Like it can't still, like we'll figure it out.
Did you feed me out? Yeah. I think that someone or somehow something has the ability to just put numbers like you know how money doesn't even exist anymore, like backed by anything, but it's really just like numbers on computers. I think
Right.
that there's some sort of like supercomputer processing algorithm that keeps that, and I think that this computer runs the economy by making micro adjustments, and it just simply like it just simply changes the numbers, because that's all money is. All money is numbers on a computer. And I think that
93% of all money that's in circulation is ones and zeros on a computer. Only 3% is physical money, paper money, coins, change, dollar bills. That's only 3%. The rest is all numbers and zeros on a computer.
Yeah, I think that there might be more money than is currently recognized in existence as far as like the informational amount. Like I think that America and even the world's economy is being kept in circulation and afloat and in operation just by the artificial injection of just like, this company needs money in order to keep the economy running without causing some sort of domino effect where it goes into debt. And there's some sort of supercomputer algorithm that balances all out, that on the largest scales where it truly matters most like impactfully, it just says, oh, this is what you need, go ahead and have it, because it's as simple as literally just like as typing numbers, just pressing buttons on a keyboard. That's all it takes. And we're living in some sort of artificially what do you call it? What do you call it where something's like kept alive artificially? You know, like we're living in perpetuated. We're living in some sort of art. We're living in some sort of artificially perpetuated economy that comes across to all of us as just a functioning system, even though this system has failed. It's already died. We're living in a zombie corpse economy that's being perpetuated through some sort of artificial, steroids being pumped into it in order to pretend it's alive, even though it's already died and rotted away. It's somehow giving the appearance of still being like an actual functional system, even though it's already crumbled. It's all fake. We live in an illusory economy.
Yes. That's why I think that I've seen many examples of people who are successful in the stock market and know how to read the markets without even using indicators or charts or anything like that.
Oh, really?
I haven't actually paid the money to find out and get the training of what they're talking about, but I've seen the testimony and results that they get. And so they have figured out some sort of pattern or algorithm of the economy and the stock market, and they know how to make what do you call it,
pattern recognize.
Yeah, pattern recognition. And so on the trades that they make, they always, they might lose some trades, but then make other trades. And the trades they profit on outweigh the ones that they lose on. And overall, they made like $4,000 in a couple hours each day, because they understand how to, what the market is going to do. And you have to get this training, and so you have to pay like about $1,000 or whatever to get the training or whatever. But you see testimony after testimony after testimony after testimony of a student that's only like learned for like a couple weeks and then tried the shit out and had, you know, made $800 a day, $4,000 a day, 20,000, depending on what they had in their brokerage account to work with. I mean, some people start out with $1,000, some people start out with $20,000, but
got it. Yeah, gotta have money to make money for sure.
right. But I'm just saying, like, if you know how to market and see the pattern, whatever it is that they teach you for $1,000, and that you see all these success stories, like, what are they teaching you? The pattern that they figured out. That exactly what you said is it's like an algorithm. It's an AI, like, and they figured out the pattern so that they can win, so to speak, the majority of the time.
You know, I think that, you know, my honest opinion about the world we're in right now is that there is a goal that all true beings share. And that goal is to tame the beast, you know, kill the ego, destroy the villain, you know, conquer the devil, defeat the demons, whatever you want to call it, right? Battle evil and win, right? Enter a battle with evil and win that battle. However you want to, you know, paraphrase that or translate that to different terms. I mean, that's the point, right? But here's the thing. Evil knows that goodness wants to conquer it. And so it's gonna put up a, you know, I mean, it's obvious, right? Evil knows that good is trying to destroy it. And so it's gonna put up a fight, bro. It's gonna put up a fight.
Yeah, of course. It's fighting for its life.
And evil, right? We hear about evil geniuses, and evil is a genius. It's very systematic. And so the way I think about life is that, you know, I live in a corrupt world because, of course, it's not pure goodness. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way as far as life goes. You know, there's evil in this world, and I'm a force of goodness.
That's only because you understand duality. It's only because you understand duality is why you accept it, because you know without the bad there can't be the good. But if you could have it your true way, it wouldn't be that way. It wouldn't be the.
Yeah, it would though. It would though. Yeah, here's the deepest lesson, bro. As far as life goes, if there were no such thing as evil, there would be no chemical reaction. It takes two opposing chemicals to touch together for anything to occur in the middle where they react with each other, you know?
But we're all talking about physical shit, though. I'm talking about...
Yeah, you're right.
And we don't know what that is. And I'm not going to pretend like I know what it is. I'm just saying that it's something that we don't know what it is. So how can we say what it is about, and talk about what we don't know about?
Well, the thing about humans, like I said before, humans are able to understand things that they've never seen before.
Right.
And this is and you got to be really careful. Like, no doubt at all. You got to be really careful not to like stretch things too far.
Imagination.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Imagination is a spiritual tool in order to, you know, reach towards the unexemplified, the things that do exist and have an influence on you and your life that can't actually ever be seen. Or, you know, here's the thing: no amount of people are ever going to get organized enough to get in their pickup trucks and baseball bats and AK-47s or Glocks or whatever. There's no amount of guns, trucks, baseball bats, and organized people that will ever actually kill evil itself. I'm sorry to tell everyone. For everyone listening on Geo's live stream on YouTube, listen up.
Yeah, no, you can't do it.
One sec. I want to make a public service announcement. There is no such thing as killing evil itself. All you can do is keep evil backed into a corner and into the smallest corner you can force it in. You'll never kill it, but you can keep it trapped into a corner. But if you ever let down your guard, it will escape from the prison you put it into and be released back into the world. So it requires 24/7 diligence and effort and maintenance to make sure you keep evil at bay to the most of your capabilities, because evil never sleeps. There's no rest for the wicked, and if you drop your guard, it will take advantage of your neglectfulness of you being on duty. Goodness has to always keep its guard up, because evil will always take advantage of any opportunity it can.
Because evil is patient.
Yeah, patient. Yeah, and ready to strike as soon as you let your guard down.
Yep, because evil knows that you're not patient, so it's patient. And then exactly when you have a weak point, boom.
Mm-hmm. So even though we can't create a utopia on Earth, we can at least get very close to that and make sure at least someone is keeping a watchful eye on the evil influences of the world and keep it in its jail cell. It'll always own a certain portion of the world. Within its jail cell, it is free to do whatever it wants. But if we ever stop actively patrolling the gates of its jail cell, it will find a way to break out of its cell. So we have to corner evil into a small little place, and then keep a watchful eye on it to make sure it never escapes and expands into greater fruitions of its expression and influence others. You got to corner evil and trap it in a corner and keep it there, which requires a lot of work. You got to keep the torch lit. You gotta, because if you slack, it's not. If you slack, it's not gonna slack. It is always ready to explode out of its cell and take full advantage of every chink in your armor, that you allow it to. And it sucks, bro. It sucks. There's no way to kill evil itself. You can only fight it and keep it at bay, but it's your responsibility to be diligent and actively patrolling its cell to make sure you keep it in the smallest corner, the tightest little cell you can trap it in. But if we're not diligent, it'll escape. And right now it's running amok. maybe not inside of your own soul and your own body, right? But as far as the collective humanity world, right? Evil is just running amok. And boy, has it gotten loose. It is a lion that has escaped from the zoo and is just running around the streets of New York.
Yeah, I call it a clusterfuck.
Yeah.
Because that's a play on words, because the company that I work for is called Custer, but I say clusterfuck. But then shit always goes wrong at my job, so I call it a clusterfuck.
Hey, my girl just got home from work. I'm gonna go greet her and say what's up.
Hell yeah!
But I'll probably be back, so I'll see you guys soon. But yeah, I'll catch you later. All right.
See you later, Bundy. I actually just got home from work myself. Literally just closed the door behind me. Yeah, talk about synchronicity today. Later, bro.
Yeah, all right. See you guys.
Yeah, I can talk about synchronicity all day.
Man, that was a crazy one earlier. Dude that came with a story about saving dudes' lives while we were talking about Man, that really blew my mind. Something else happened.
Yeah, the crazy thing is yesterday, Funny told me a story about he was on an electric scooter and it stops at a stop sign, but the people on the other side, a guy and a girl, didn't stop and went across the street and got hit by a car, and he witnessed that.
Whoa.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
God, that's terrible.
Two human beings, but it was a sports car. It was really low, so they just like rolled over the car. So they survived. They were alive. They didn't die.
Oh wow, that's
It was
wild.
it's still dramatic because he was talking about like the sound that it makes of like the car hitting the scooters and then them flipping over the car, and they could have died, but they didn't die. But still, it was still traumatic to witness that firsthand. And he had decided to stop at the stoplight. Like he could have sorry, he could have kept going, but he didn't, and he stopped. And while he was stopped at the light, he could have kept going. He would have got hit too. And he stopped, but witnessed, and so he was like, "Damn, life is so precious, like it can end at any minute." And the crazy part is, I was on an electric scooter, this earlier today, and so I was extra careful because of Fundy's story of him saying that like seeing like two people get hit by a car because they weren't paying attention. And don't look both ways, look 5 ways, like look 5 times before you cross the road, because your life can end in like a millisecond. And so, yeah.
There's a lot of stuff like that. Oh man.
Yeah, like you gotta appreciate every moment of every day. Like the present is a present.
Exactly. That's what I mean. Every little thing that happens has a bigger notion, meaning to it. Yeah.
Yeah, like look at the bigger picture of the smaller parts. So zoom out and see the big picture and focus on what you have to be thankful for. Like you always focus on what's not right. Oh, I gotta pay this bill is due, or I need to do this or do that or pay her, but it's like you're not focusing on what the positive. Like, I'm making good money, I have my own house, I have a car, like I pay my child support, like everything's paid, all my bills are paid. Why am I stressing out about this? Like, focus on the 80% that you're doing good at, but our nature is to focus on what isn't instead of what is. But that what is abundance and appreciation. And the more you focus on the appreciation for what is, the more you will receive. And then it will get better and better and better and better and better, and you'll upgrade. Like, my life has been nothing but upgrades for the last 4 years. I've upgraded literally everything in my life. I've upgraded.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Like where I like call up and I set up auto pay for my internet. And and I was like, yo, can I get a faster speed where I'm at? And can you check that? It's been a couple of years. And they're like, oh, yeah, we can. I was getting 20 over 20 megabytes, if you know what that is. 20 over 20 megabytes was and that was fiber optic. Fios. I had Fios internet 20 over 20, and I was paying like 50, 60 bucks a month or whatever for Fios internet 20 over 20. And so when I called to set up auto pay, because they give you a discount when you get auto pay, I was like, am I getting the fastest speed? And they're like, let me check. And they could get like, I was at 20 over 20 megabytes. They could give me a gig. But I was like, so anyways, I went with 500 over 500. So I got 25 times faster internet, and my internet bill was lower than what I was paying before for 20 over 20. So I went from 20 over 20 to 500 over 500 for less than I was paying before. So upgrade and pay less. What?
Yeah, that's awesome.
I also switched insurance companies for my car insurance and switched to a different company. And now I have free roadside assistance, which I didn't have before, but I switched companies. Now I do. I'm paying. So I got free roadside assistance plus the same insurance. And I'm paying less than I was paying before. Only I also have roadside assistance. So another upgrade, but still paying less than what I was paying before.
Wow, good shit.
Yeah, it just keeps happening.
I was paying $50 a month for my internet, and at 1 month I was like, I'm not gonna pay this shit. And then I was like, oh shit, I need internet real quick. I don't use the internet on my computer. I only use it on my phone, and my phone has unlimited data. So all I do now is if I want to use the internet on my computer, I'll just use my hotspot. I literally haven't paid my internet bill in like 4 months.
Yep.
And I can get 2 gigabytes of hotspot data. It's only $5. So anytime I'm like, oh, let me download this big ass file, I just pay $5. I'm not downloading huge stuff all day, so I don't need the internet, I guess.
Yeah, but like for me, when like I don't watch TV or cable, I have like a smart TV, so I watch YouTube on my TV. You don't use your TV to watch, use your internet or your hotspot.
Yeah.
Use your hotspot for your smart TV.
Oh yeah, no, I don't have a smart TV right now. I was gonna get one. I guess when I do, I'll get internet again. I'll try to use my hotspot on my smart TV when I get it though, and I'll let you know how that goes.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah, because if I could just like hotspot a smart TV, I'll never fucking get internet again.
Right. All right. Absolutely. Yeah. Why pay 2 bills for the same thing if you're already paying your phone bill and your phone is a hotspot and you can use that to run your smart TV? Then yeah, why would you pay twice?
Hotspot is the shit. There's literally nothing wrong with it. It works just like regular internet.
Yep.
I'm eating this chicken and rice right now, so I'm gonna peace out for now. It was nice talking to you, bro.
Yep. You too.
Later, man. Oh, and thank you again for being very sharp-minded in a life or death situation, man. Something's leading you the right way. Humble yourself, take a step back, and it could lead you even better. You're the man for that. I appreciate you, bro.
Man, thank you. Thank you.
Talk to you later.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah.
Yo.
What, bread?
Not too much, dude. Not too much. Just working in the garden a little bit earlier. Getting shit ready. while it's a hot time in the summer.
Hell yeah. I love that horticulture shit.
Yeah, man, we're trying to grow all our vegetables. Earlier we were talking, Fundy and I, about if like everybody started farming, like not farming, but like growing their own vegetables and like kind of worrying about their own food, and like towns started worrying about their own food and like animals, how much of a relief that would put on over like the huge, like the overlying system, like the agricultural system and all the farming and stuff, like the beef people and all that, like all that extra energy could be like redirected into other stuff, and then, like all the fertilizer stuff and all the what do you call it,
distribution.
Yeah, so many things, man. So many things would change if like people started growing all their own stuff, being more self-sufficient.
Yep. I don't think it's so funny, but I don't think I've told you. Me and my dad are working on a blueprint. To I'm attaching a greenhouse onto the. It's like a 5 foot by maybe 16, maybe 20 foot greenhouse that I'm gonna build and attach onto the side of my garage so that I can grow like food and stuff like that around.
Dude, greenhouses are some of the best. I wish I had enough room to make a greenhouse where I live now, but like we have enough like outdoor stuff going on. Our next place probably I want to have for sure I want to have a greenhouse. It's like way more controlled. Like you can like manipulate things more. Like you have like more fine tuning abilities rather than outside. The only thing I would suggest is looking into about pollinating, that kind of stuff with the greenhouse. Because if it's like closed, how do like pollinators get in there to help your plants?
Yep. No, I got you. We got these flowers that pop up every year, like randomly, and they pop up in the same spot every year. You don't have to water them. You can mow them down, and they just pop up every year. I forget what they're called, but
You get dandelions. You get dandelions where you're at?
In my backyard, yeah. And I wanna collect all. I told my son to collect all the dandelions so I can make dandelion wine. Because you can make wine out of dandelions. I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know about that, but I knew that like I drink dandelion tea, like dandelion root tea.
Yeah.
I
think it got low levels of DMT in it, but you can make wine out of it, and so it's like alcoholic and has a higher concentration of DMT in that dandelion, because we think of dandelion as a weed, but it's not a weed; it's a medicine.
Hell yeah, medicine.
Yep.
You try to like get him and make like your own little garden with him. Get like a cluster of them together, make a whole bed of dandelion.
Man, that's my whole fucking backyard.
We don't get them down here.
Man, my whole backyard is dandelions. Not now, because they pop up and then they go away, and then they don't come back till next year, and so they're gone now. But when spring hit, like it was like boom.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, now they're gone.
Before we really started getting into like wanting to do food production, we started like trying to find information about gardening online, like on YouTube and stuff. And we came across this guy, so funny, man. Literally the next town over from us. And he has like tons of like YouTube stuff and like all the vegetables, and we actually see the guy at the market once in a while. It's pretty cool. Small world, it was funny.
Yep. It's a small world after all.
Yeah, like before we were saying the population stuff, yeah, I also disagree with their numbers. They're like trying to over exaggerate and create this fear thing in people's minds.
Yeah, a lack mentality where we're like the whole environment, like we're killing the earth and we're gonna run out of shit. Like, no, we're fine.
AGA, you there?